will see if a Zoomer knows the answer to this question. What plant does the Colorado beetle attack? And we are going to go via Zoom right now to Frank, who's joining us. Good morning, Frank.
Good morning, Preston. How you doing, buddy?
Awesome. How do you see with your sunglasses on while you're driving this morning?
Well, my eyes are photosensitive. And I'm burned in a welding accident when I was younger. So
Holy
I see
cannoli.
great.
Wow. In a welding accident. Were you doing the welding at the time?
I was doing the welding for about 4 hours with the wrong grade goggles.
Oh my God!
So that's terrible.
How bad was the damage? Obviously, bad enough that you have to wear sunglasses at night.
Well, I burned my retinas. If you put them to degrees, I had second-degree burns on my retina.
Oh, man. So
Wow.
eyesight in general besides that is pretty decent?
Pretty decent. I lost some of the colors. Some of my blues look green. Some of my greens look blue. Some oranges look red. I mean, I lost a little bit.
Yeah.
But overall, not bad.
All right. Well,
Okay.
at least that's something.
We'll see if we can play some Corey Hart for
Yeah.
you a little later on just to bring it all home. But I do need to know, what plant does the Colorado beetle attack, please?
That was the potato.
The potato plant. You are correct. All right, Frank, hang on. We're going to give you a pair of tickets to see Eliza Schlesinger at the Met on Friday, November 7th at 7 p.m. And for more shows and information and another chance to win, you can head to WMMR.com.
Hi, this is Corey Hart telling you never surrender and keep listening to the Rock and Roll Animals, WMMR Philadelphia.
There you go. Never surrender. Never surrender.
I had no idea we had that.
One more time, please.
Yeah, can you do it again, Case? One more time.
Hi, this is Corey Hart telling you never surrender and keep listening to the Rock and Roll Animals, WMMR Philadelphia.
You can hear when so yeah, when he sings the chorus to "Sunglasses at Night," he's kind of
He purses his lips.
So he even says it in his speaking voice.
Hi, this is Corey Hart telling you never surrender.
This is
and keep
Corey
listening
Hart
to the
telling
Rock
you
and
to
Roll
never remember.
Animals,
I love you. He
WMMR
sounds like one of the Bachelors, Steve.
I love you.
Yeah.
I wear my sunglasses. That was his thing.
So I can. And I still love that song, believe it
Good
or not.
song.
It
All right.
kind of sounds like the Dana Carvey chopping broccoli guy.
Chopping broccoli.
Chopping broccoli. That's a good point, Case. It's a lot like that. All right.
Might have been the impetus for it.
So let's move into the entertainment stuff. We'll start with the fact that Disney's Snow White grabbed the #1 spot at the North American box office this weekend. Scored $43 million in this debut weekend, which is solid. Spy thriller Black Bag managed to take second place in its second weekend. Marvel's Captain America Brave New World was right behind at third. And then you had the top 5 rounding out with Robert Pattinson's Mickey 17 and then Jack Quaid's Novocaine at number 5. Whenever we have a celebrity pass away on a Friday, it's kind of a drag for us because we don't really get to comment on it right after and when everybody is talking about things. But just we got this news on Friday. George Foreman passed away.
Yeah.
76 years old. The cause of death was not initially revealed by the family. But Foreman was a 2-time world heavyweight champion and Olympic gold medalist who is regarded as one of the hardest punchers in boxing history. One of his most memorable punches was a knockout blow he landed against Michael Moorer in 1994 when Foreman became the oldest heavyweight champion in history at 45. He was inducted into both the World Boxing Hall of Fame and the International Boxing Hall of Fame. He was married 5 times. He had 12 children.
Yeah.
A lot of them named George. And one of them, Frida, passed away in 2019 by apparent suicide. So that's a late life tragedy that he had.
He always he admitted that in his earliest days of boxing, when he gained his momentum, I think he called himself like a caged feral beast. Like he was out of control.
One of his most famous fights came against Muhammad Ali in the so-called Rumble in the Jungle that took place in 1974 in Zaire. He vowed to kill Ali in the ring. Instead, it was Ali who knocked out Foreman. But Foreman said that he was less demoralized by being knocked out than failing to knock out Ali. He said in an interview in 2014, "I just knew no one could stand up to my punch, but Muhammad did. His taking those punches, I went away thinking, what is going on here? That is not supposed to happen. And he said, that bothered me more than anything. Just 3 years later, he retired from boxing. But in 1979, he returned to the ring at 39 and eventually stunned the boxing world. In 1994, 2 decades after his loss to Ali, Foreman fought Michael Moore, then 26. So think about that, the age difference.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
For the world championship, and he won by knockout in the 10th round, and news of the feat elevated him to champion for the second time in his career. He retired for good at 48 with a record of 76-5 and 68 knockouts. He evolved from a villainous boxer who once promised to kill Ali in the ring. A few years later, he experienced what he referred to as a religious awakening and later became a preacher and businessman, of course, who sold millions of George Foreman grills. And Foreman and Ali, who had passed away in 2016, went from bitter enemies to close friends. After becoming the oldest heavyweight champion, Foreman said that he received a congratulatory letter from his old nemesis. And he said, who would think almost 20 years later, there's Muhammad, my conqueror, congratulating me and fighting for the championship of the world and winning it. And he said, I was pretty close to hating him. Mm-hmm. I wanted revenge. He became the best and one of the longest friends I've ever had, and I love him till this day.
It works out so often like that. But yeah, and it became beloved. I mean, he was, George Foreman as the pitch man. And of course, the classic story is that the call was originally placed to Hulk Hogan. And because he was not available, I don't know if this is a myth, but it's what's been repeated often. George Foreman got that grill, and it made him tons of cash.
It made him a household name, too. I mean, like everybody knew who George Foreman was after that. He was a troubled youth. He dropped out of school at 15, and boxing provided his salvation. He took up the sport at 16. And a mere 3 years later, he won an Olympic gold medal at the 1968 Olympics in Mexico City.
Preston, you remember the footage of him? He had, I could not.
He was just a brute.
It's like Tyson. Yeah. How could you look across a ring at that?
Oh, he was so scary.
Very intimidating. He
turned pro in 1969, and his power became legendary. He knocked out 10 of his first 11 opponents, and most of his fights ended with opponents on the canvas. In 1973, he became heavyweight champion for the first time when he beat Joe Frazier by a second-round TKO, and his record improved to 40-0 before Foreman suffered his first defeat against Muhammad Ali in the Rumble in the Jungle. But what a story. What a story. George Foreman, 76 years old. I have some lighter stories to cover. A while back, it seemed like Cynthia Erivo was shaded or had shaded one of the people who auditioned for Wicked. And it turns out that actress may have been Amanda Seyfried. Oh. Seyfried recently appeared on the Happy, Sad, Confused podcast and talked about how she had hoped to be a part of Wicked, and it's led some fans to think that she was the actress that Erivo was talking about. So Seyfried had an audition for the movie, and she revealed that she sang alongside Erivo at one point, and she said, I was able to really prepare, and I'm telling you, I've never felt that solid in my voice, and I did at the auditions, and that's kind of what I got out of it. And she said, I think everything happens for a reason. I also got to sing with Cynthia, and that was a moment in itself. Now, some fans were quick to connect the dots, or at least connect the dots that they saw. So back in November, Erivo had hyped up Ariana Grande getting the role of Glinda, while shading other people with a remark saying, thank goodness, because it was not the two ladies that I was auditioning with. While she didn't mention who those actresses might be, with Seyfried's new reveal that she auditioned with Erivo, some think that they finally know who she was throwing a little shade at. So I don't know. It's a little loose.
Yeah, it's a little loose. Yeah. I like Amanda Seyfried more and more.
I like her.
I see her in other things, and I see her expanding. You know, she was really good as Elizabeth Holmes. There was
Nexium, not Nexium, but Elizabeth Holmes.
Yeah.
Created that blood testing, or said she created that blood testing technique. Yeah.
She's really good. Really good.
Mm-hmm. Multiple reports have surfaced and claim that Jeff Bezos and Lauren Sanchez have sent out their
Jeffrey Bezos.
Their wedding invitations. The couple first stepped out together in 2019, and they've been engaged for 2 years.
If I was them, I would go contrary to what everyone would imagine and just send out an Evite.
Oh, okay. Just do it that way?
Right. No fancy stationery, no butterflies on a box.
Jeff proposed to Lauren in 2023 when they were hanging out in his giant super yacht while sailing around Europe. The wedding is rumored to take place in Venice over the summer, Venice, Italy.
Hey, now that we're sitting here in my giant super yacht, do you think you'd want to marry me?
Now, he was previously married to Mackenzie Scott for 25 years. They divorced in 2019, around the time Bezos went public with Sanchez. Jeff and Mackenzie share 4 children, but only his oldest son, Preston Bezos' name is publicly known. I didn't know that.
You might be one of his
I
sons.
didn't know he named his kid after me. I had no idea.
What an honor.
Yeah.
And by the way, Mackenzie Scott, she's still giving away all that money, man.
Loads.
She just is unloading it to charity. What a thoughtful person. It's pretty amazing. All right, I'm going to put this in the entertainment news. Steve sent me this. It's from Philly Mag. Victor Fiorello wrote an article about Wilson's secret sauce.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And our good friend Steve Wilson. Well, apparently they were closed to the public last week, and various trucks and equipment were seen outside. A television crew, quite possibly. And then on Friday, the dining room was open and had a new look. The menu went through a drastic change from 70-some items to 13. And local residents had also spotted a gentleman by the name of Gordon Ramsay in and around, strolling down the street just steps away from the restaurant. No one at Wilson's Secret Sauce was commenting on this. And residents in Reading also spotted Ramsay walking around in recent weeks. And he was reportedly working at Marvel Ranch, a quaint spot known for its cheeseburgers and pancakes. Marvel Ranch was closed the week before. Wilson's Secret Sauce closed, and also a TV crew was there on top of things. And there was another Gordon Ramsay spotting, and he grabbed a coffee at the Starbucks at Ursinus College, Casey.
What? They have a Starbucks on campus?
Two things are shocking you. One, there's a Starbucks on campus, and 2, Gordon Ramsay was there.
So they're wondering if Kitchen Nightmares might be what's going on here.
So I'm a fan of the show, and he'll do these makeovers. But Steve, the establishment's running well. But maybe they, I don't know, maybe they set up a dynamic for trimming the menu. He always does that.
Maybe he wants it to run better.
Steve did put on his story last week that he was closing down for a redo. And they were redoing the dining room.
Yeah.
Everything you just said, but he teased it.
And one thing is that usually there's somebody who's sort of not a dick, but somebody who's kind of slack. Nobody over there is slack. They're amazing.
To be beat up on the show?
A little bit.
So
To be corrected.
I think the show is called Restaurant Revitalization.
Okay.
They found Wilson's because of all of the charitable relief efforts they do.
Yeah.
And so with the hurricane relief, with all that flooding down, I believe in Asheville, they went down there and made brisket for all the relief workers.
He's amazing. There's nobody better than.
So that's how they found them. He said the show is a lot like Bar Rescue, but on more positive note.
Good. Okay. Excellent. I'm very excited for him.
So Ramsay, by the way, why he was at Ursinus is possibly because he's a big fan of bicycling. He's competed in triathlons, and he was apparently told fans that he was there biking back to Philadelphia because you can take all the way from Reading all the way down to the art museum. You can take the Schuylkill River Trail, which runs right by Ursinus College, and right by me too.
Oh,
So he was
really?
in and around my area, which is pretty cool. All right, some other stories. Southern Charm star Vanita Aspen is moving on from Jared T.J. Thomas. I know you're torn up about this.
This is really when my mother passed away, and this.
All right. She's aiming high, though. On Watch What Happens Live with Andy Cohen, the reality star revealed there's no shame in her game. She said, there's a man on NBC that I have my eye on. She revealed during Thursday's appearance on the show. He's a Chicago PD star. And when Cohen told her that she'd send him a DM, Aspen was way ahead of him. She said, I slid into his DMs. And I said, it's so funny that we work for the same network and never ran into each other. I got a follow-up response. So who's the actor, we're wondering here? A little digging shows that Vanita and Chicago PD star Leroyce Hawkins follow each other on Instagram. And that's the only actor on the show that she currently follows. So it's got to be him. We'll keep an eye on that one for you. How about that?
Who are we talking about here?
I don't know.
Okay.
Some chick from Southern Charm.
All right. And Leroy's?
Fortunately, I have a pamphlet that explains it all.
Okay.
Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively are opting out of the upcoming Met Gala. And while some may think this has everything to do with the very public battle with Justin Baldoni,
They're Yankee fans.
the fact is that the couple haven't been since 2022. when they co-chaired the event. And as to why the couple is skipping out this year, a source told Us Magazine, referring to Blake specifically, she's not a Kardashian that goes every year. So,
Okay.
Okay.
I guess so.
jeez, where did you come
I'm
from?
always there, lurking in the shadows.
Wow.
Ready to comment when necessary.
Okay.
Duh.
It looks like it looks like the rights to the Texas Chainsaw Massacre is getting shopped around Hollywood.
Oh, but on a side note, Preston, I watched The Sailor Man.
Oh no,
The
you
Popeye
did
movie.
not.
Yeah,
The-
I had
the
to.
Popeye horror film.
You didn't really have to.
It was streaming.
And
It's better than I thought.
okay,
It's crap.
better
It's-
than the Winnie the Pooh.
Yes.
And, okay.
Yes.
All right. Good.
The first Winnie the Pooh, horrible. Second Winnie the Pooh, a little bit better. This is kind of trying. It's horrible. Unless you don't torture yourself. Don't take what I'm saying as an approval of it.
Right.
It's a waste of time and horrible.
Okay.
But I have been trained to absorb these movies in a different way. So not as bad as I thought.
So, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the whole thing is apparently in pretty early stages, but there's said to be a lot of interest in the franchise, and the rumor is even that Glenn Powell has showed some interest. That said, everything is very early, so no guarantee where the franchise will end up eventually, if at all. And the Texas Chainsaw Massacre first came out in 1974. Was one of the most profitable movies ever made, ranking in $31 million after being made for less than $300,000.
There's a couple of good swipes at that. There's the one with Jessica Biel, which was the Michael Bay produced, and then there was the one with Alexandria Daddario, which was pretty decent as well. But yeah, I mean, do we need more?
I don't think we need more. But this, I think, this I'd be open to. Though they are no longer Utes, but Ralph Macchio and Joe Pesci reunite in My Cousin Vinny reboot, possibly. Could that happen? Macchio, no stranger to reboots and sequels, obviously Cobra Kai from the Karate Kid franchise, starred in the 1992 hit with Pesci, Marissa Tomei, Mitchell Whitfield, and the late Fred Gwynne. At Paleyfest over the weekend, People Magazine asked Macchio possibly revisiting the film, and he said, yeah, I've had conversations with other writers about that.
Here's your plot. You can have him. He's now a lawyer as well. And Joe Pesci's a lawyer, and they're arguing a case in front of the Hague.
In front of the
World
Hague.
Court.
Okay, why not? So he said, yeah, that one's a beloved piece. It's about finding the smart angle in. Macchio did add that Pesci would have to be a part of it, even if it's a smaller role than the original movie. He said he could FaceTime it in here because Joe is 82 years old now, by the way.
Has he? So
I haven't seen him in a long time.
What is his IMDb saying about his current amount of? I haven't seen him in a lot of stuff.
Nick will look that up right now, and we'll see what his most recent work was.
Day of the Fight, which came out in 2023.
Okay.
And then he was in The Irishman, obviously, Steve, back in 2019.
Yep.
I saw on Instagram not that long ago a breakdown of Austin Pendleton, who played the other lawyer. Not the, he was
the stuttering defense lawyer.
stuttering defense lawyer, yeah. And so it was a comedic breakdown of him when he just can't stop stuttering and he's going up to the jury, and it's a brilliantly hilarious scene. But what I never noticed before until I saw it in this reel on Instagram was that Pesci and Macchio and the other actors sitting at the other table cannot stop laughing. They literally had to blur out Joe Pesci and Ralph Macchio in the background because they were laughing so freaking hard at Austin Pendleton's delivery.
Nick, you can see them, though. Even in the blur, you can see them like kind of.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I love that.
That's great.
It's terrific.
Austin Pendleton, very funny comedic actor.
He's like that. He's a character actor. He pops up in just tons of stuff. But yeah, he's one. I'm keeping a list of kind of people like that I would love to talk to.
He is great in a movie called What's Up, Doc with Ryan O'Neal and Barbara Streisand. It's a Peter Bogdanovich movie. It's a tribute to the Looney Tunes.
Oh, yeah.
And he plays this this guy who gives almost like a Bill Gates kind of guy.
Steve, I saw that movie when I was a kid because I thought it was a Looney Tunes movie. And so I went into it. I was like, I don't get any of this. Where's Bugs?
What the hell's
This
going
movie
on?
makes no sense to me. I was like 9.
It's not a cartoon.
I love in the sequence as the attorney when he asks the guy about his glasses. He's like, they're reading glasses, and he just goes, no more questions. It's just a great line.
I got him right where I
Done with
want
you.
him.
All right, so a couple other quick things and we'll move along. Christoph Waltz has joined Only Murders in the Building for season 5.
This will be great.
Oh, yeah.
His role is
That's a bingo.
that's him. His role is expectedly under wraps at this time. Known for roles in movies like Django Unchained, The French Dispatch, and more. Obviously, Inglourious Bastards, that clip is from. He joins another big name announced for season 5, including Keegan-Michael Key.
Nice.
They featured tons of stars in season 4, including Meryl Streep, Eugene Levy, Zach Galifianakis, Eva Longoria, Jane Lynch, Richard Kind, Melissa McCarthy, Kumail Nanjiani, and Molly Shannon as well. So they keep adding on to that.
I'd like to see them do the young Sheldon approach to his character in Inglourious Bastards.
Find out what he was like.
Grown up.
Yeah, why not?
Ooh, that's a bingo.
This is out of left field, but a guy we've had on the show many times, former Impractical Joker Joe Gatto, on Thursday. It was a bad weekend for him. On Thursday, a TikTok user who goes by Juicy B accused the comedian of sexually assaulting her when she was 19 in a series of videos that have since been deleted. Gatto immediately denied the allegations, but now a second woman claims that the comedian exhibited unwanted behaviors that she described as sexual harassment. The second accuser is reportedly someone who worked for Gatto during his time on the show. After the first allegation, Gatto put out a statement that read, "I have used poor judgment and as a result have violated the trust of people I love most, but anyone who knows me at all knows full well that I wouldn't assault anyone." When People magazine reached out to his reps after the second alleged victim surfaced, they referred the outlet to Gatto's prior statement. So,
Is he the one that stepped away?
yeah,
Okay.
Now he's
which of
re-stepping
course
away.
now might connect the
right.
dots. First thing me goes, okay, did they ask him to
Yeah,
leave
yeah,
because
yeah.
maybe
Right.
they saw this thing coming because he's walking away from a gold mine,
Right.
You know, so
Right.
I don't know.
You know, everyone's due their
Yeah, we
day
gotta
in
let
court.
we gotta let that play out and see what happens.
If there is a day in court.
All right, and then one last story. Steve, this one's for you. Hallmark has announced a renewal of When Calls the Heart for a 13th season. It is now the longest-running series in the channel's history.
Yes, When Calls the Heart.
The announcement was made during the show's season 12 finale,
This is a continuation of the series Who Dat?
which aired last night. The series stars Aaron Krakow, Kevin McGarry, Jack Wagner, Chris McNally, Pascal Hutton, and Kavan Smith.
To be honest, I've only seen one. So, yeah.
The new season is set to premiere in 2026 on the Hallmark Channel and will be streaming the next day on Hallmark Plus. I just point all Hallmark stories towards
So
you.
here's my deal. You got to stick it. It either has to be a Columbo-esque crime thing, you know, one of those type of dramas, or quote unquote drama, or firmly rooted in Christmas. And I'll even take the Mark Summers Hanukkah movie.
Sure. All right, we are ready to play some clips. So, in the hunting party, a mysterious explosion at a secret prison allows the nation's most violent serial killers to escape. And here, Melissa Roxburgh talks about how cool it was to see the massive destruction.
Honestly, I was hoping that there would be flashbacks or something somewhere in there because, I think it's expensive. I think that's the reason. They had to blow up the expensive thing and get it out of the way. But I think it's so cool, the panopticon with all of the, jail cells that you can see into. I thought it was so cool.
I had 3 testicles.
Did she say octagon or panopticon?
Panopticon.
What is a panopticon?
A penitentiary, I guess, shaped like an octagon. If I'm a guessing, man.
I've never heard that word before.
I don't know. I think they created it maybe for the series, but that's probably the name of it, is the panopticon.
Yeah, Steve, you nailed it.
Damn.
Panopticon. So here you go. Circular prison design where a central watchtower allows guards to observe all inmates without the inmates knowing if they are being watched.
You know
fostering
what?
Self-discipline and a constant sense of surveillance.
You know that series that goes and revisits sites around the world that have long been abandoned, buildings?
Yeah.
And I love the series. It's excellent. They actually went to a panopticon. And we're looking at a picture up, I think, Preston, on the screen right here.
Yeah.
Up to the upper left, I think, is the actual one for this very reason. Everyone to the center.
Oh, you know what this kind of looks like too in Guardians of the Galaxy?
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. So the tower's inside in the middle.
Right.
Wow.
All comes back to Marvel.
It does.
Yeah, I'm going to need that guy's leg.
But I love that.
Groot was inside. Yeah.
I love that name, Panopticon. You've now entered the Panopticon.
Only one will leave.
A new episode of The Hunting Party airs today on Peacock. Here's our next clip. The Neighborhood has a lot of guest appearances, from Tracy Morgan to Patti LaBelle and Jackie Harry. In this clip, that was a little bitty in the background. In this clip, Tichina Arnold and Cedric the Entertainer reveal their latest dream guest.
If CBS can get Anthony Hopkins on this show, Sir Anthony Hopkins, I want somebody that's like made mega hits in films to come on our show.
Yeah.
Imagine if he came on our show. Imagine the viewership we would get.
Shut the up!
New episode of The Neighborhood airs today, and you can see that on Hulu.
And I bet you Anthony Hopkins will do it.
Oh, yeah.
Think he'll jump right out there and do it? Right, there you go. That's what I have in the entertainment report for you this morning. If you happen to be texting in today, you're going to notice a bounce back message that we're going to send to you, and it is our new text number. Now, that is not initiating until Wednesday. That's when we switch over officially to that. We just want to make sure that you have it ready to go at any time. You may want to reach out to us. So when you do text in to possibly Zoom or just send a comment to us to 39333, you're going to receive that, just to let you know.
The ultimate plan is for us to be able to use a telephone to talk to people that are away from the station.
Yes.
And engage in a conversation.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a way to cover distance.
Right.
And
we don't have to drive to them and talk to them in person. It's an incredible thing.
Hey, we'll see if it works. All right. So
We'll get there.
Yeah. All right, let's take a quick break and come back in just a moment and dive into the meat of the program. We'll be back in just a sec, so hang out, all right?
Preston and Steve.
Televangelist Kenneth Copeland has a lot of experience with planes. We've seen, him and the other guy. There are two of these televangelists that are really big into their aircraft.
They are really consumed with the level of aircraft that they own, and often the current plane they own is not good enough.
It just ain't gonna
because
cut it.
the Lord needs them to spread the gospel.
We were blessed to have an airplane that it was a Vickers Viscount.
A Vickers Viscount.
And a man on our board of directors owned that airplane. And his financial situation had come to the place where, particularly after he got born again, and a lot I won't go into all that.
No, that's more. I won't go into all that. That's the religious part, and it bogs things down. By the way, if we're all not clear at this point, not dime one is making its way to anybody who's poor. I just want to be clear on that. And I know I can say that to you, God bless you all, everyone sitting here right now, and it won't matter. You'll still gladly open up your wallets and put that money in the collection plate.
All right, let me continue.
But that airplane had been parked for several years. Mm-hmm. And it was a 4-engine turboprop.
I mean, Jesus Christ, he sounds like
he's talking about
this. It sounds like you're at an air show. He's a preacher. He's a man of the Lord, ostensibly.
Mm-hmm.
Airliner. So this was back in the days when George first came along, and oh man, we had fun in that old airplane, didn't we?
Oh my God.
They had an older sort of navigation system on that. I know that many of you are going to remember that they didn't have the triple GPS coordination system that you find in the newer vehicles. Did I mention Jesus yet or anything?
This is a sermon?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, we
There's a particular fuel mixture that I'd like to talk about. And then, of course, why you shouldn't covet your neighbor's wife.
Right. Yeah, this is in front of a group of his followers.
This is in church.
Well,
or whatever.
Televangelist.
Airplane hanger.
Yeah. All right.
Well, we put that thing back in service. We went through that airplane from head to from nose to tail, and they did X-rays of the fuselage and everything, looking for corrosion. And there was some. It wasn't all that bad, but there was the X-rays showed that there was some spots of corrosion.
Okay, and he's thinking, okay, how can I
tie this back into what's my spiel?
Yeah.
Like the way your soul gets corroded.
Right.
Oh, good. Go with that.
Yeah, good. Yeah. All right, so he takes big, long pauses. Here we go.
And so I was praying over it. And just
he's praying over the corrosion. In his air.
Praying over it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So instead of going out and earning money,
I decided to return my faith to its upright position because the Lord's beverage cart had been stowed. Because we were coming in for a landing.
And just as plain,
listen to this.
The Lord said to me,
okay, so this is God talking directly to him.
No fumar.
He's talking directly to him. Yeah.
The Lord said to me, lay hands on it. I'll heal it. What?
Listen to the people talking. And he says, what?
What?
Even he doesn't buy it.
I never heard him. What do you... Well, he said, Kenneth.
You're an idiot.
You're an idiot.
He said, Kenneth, you're an idiot. This is your thing. You're all about the freaking planes. Give it a try.
He said, corrosion comes from the curse.
Oh.
Self-pleasuring.
Yes.
And listen to the people going, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Comes from the curse.
Comes from the curse.
He said, I provided that airplane for you, didn't I? I said, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
He said, lay hands on it. Okay.
Okay.
And I started.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, didn't he say that? All right, so this plane belonged to somebody else, and the Lord provided it for him at the...
Lord didn't have much use for the previous owner.
Yeah, the previous owner had
previous
come in a
owner
hard
could have
time.
gone down a ball of flames. The Lord would not have given a rat's ass.
And I started praying in the Spirit, and the more I prayed in the Spirit, the happier I got. And so I just went up, oh man, you talk about laying hands on that thing. I laid hands on it all over, and it's a big old airplane. It took a while to do it.
Took a while to do it. I have to be honest with you, at a certain point, I put my pee-pee in a few holes. And it felt good. Because some of them have some of the rubber stoppers that feel like a woman's lady parts. It felt good. I mean, come on.
I know.
Who's sitting there listening to this?
A group of people.
And he has a very large following.
The answer is enough people.
Yeah.
To pay for that beautiful aircraft.
Not one listen, I don't know how big that crowd is. Not
Are
one,
you out of your mind?
right?
Laid hands on that thing, just laid hands on it all over, and praised God, and laid hands on that, and commanded that corrosion to leave in Jesus' name.
Seriously.
Then I crawled up and I kind of hunched my back and started gyrating like, who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy?
He's serious.
And I saw that corrosion disappear. Then I exploded. Come on.
They did more X-rays and came back. There was just one little old spot there. I said, Lord, what? No, he said, I want to remind you. I said, what are you reminding me of? He said, they could have said maybe the X-rays were wrong.
Said one, maybe the X-rays.
Oh my God.
Are wrong.
If only you could see Steve's face right now. Come on.
I said, it's there on my back.
What?
X-rays are wrong.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this: take him out to an airport. Get a plane that has some sort of error, with something wrong with it, something that makes it really not safe for flight. Lay down on it, and would he lay down on it and pray and then get in that plane?
Well, God didn't tell him that. That would be the defense. God didn't tell me to heal this one, so I can't do it if He's not telling me to do it.
Oh my
you know
God!
What I mean, so that's there's a
fail-safe,
a built-in fail-safe.
So he laid hands on it again, and it's gone.
You're buying it, yeah. Even I don't believe it.
We need to loop that. Gwyneth Paltrow was spotted at Long Island's New York Center for Innovative Medicine, a center known for its holistic treatment of Lyme disease.
Was she wearing a lab coat?
The founder, I don't know if she's wearing a lab coat. The founder, Dr. Thomas Zulk, has been featured on her website, Goop, for his energy blanching procedures.
I read Zulk on Goop, and I like
Oh, wait a minute.
What?
I said the wrong thing. Not energy blanching. Energy balancing. Blanching is lightly boiling
None
something.
of us would have noticed.
Listen, in the world of Goop, that makes complete sense. Now they can blanch your energy.
Yes. Oh, that sounds good. I'll try that.
Yes. Can you also whiten my anus?
Yeah, actually.
Yeah.
We can whiten your anus.
Here's the app for that.
too.
I'm blanching both my anus and my energy.
God. Hey, I had a story that keys off of teachers, and I thought this was kind of interesting. This is out of, where is this? Somewhere in the South. I think it's in the...
Is it Florida?
No, it's North Carolina. The teacher at Northeast Carolina Preparatory School in Tarboro, North Carolina, had apparently punished one of their students. By punish, I mean making them write a phrase over and over and over and over again.
A la Bart Simpson.
Because he called her ma'am.
Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, and she didn't like it, and so he had to write the word ma'am numerous times. His teacher asked him to write it. He told his mother that he had to return this with the parent's signature after he repeatedly called her the word despite being told not to do so.
Okay, well, if she told him not to, then...
Yeah, he completed his assignment during class hours, which made his mom worry that maybe it had interfered with some of school work.
Yes.
According to the mom, Mrs. Wilson, the teacher also told the young boy that if she had something... she would have thrown it at him. I'm sorry, said to the boy. So if she would have had something, she would have thrown it at him. After the mom signed the paper, she had also had the boy write down the definition of ma'am, which is a term of respectful or polite address used for a woman, according to Oxford dictionaries. There's some people that hate being called ma'am, and
I hate it.
My wife uses ma'am as a sign of respect when she's on the phone with someone asking for help.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you,
It
ma'am.
is, and especially as you start to go south, you're going to find it is a term. It is a respectful way to refer to people.
Yeah.
I would it's a weird thing, and I know, Preston, you're right. For ma'am to set someone off?
Yeah, I don't know.
I've always known it as a respectful way to refer to someone.
Maybe she's younger and she doesn't want to feel old or something like
that's how I see it. I see it as an older woman. So when I remember the first time he was a kid, probably a high school kid, called me ma'am, and I was like, oh my God. I mean, I didn't tell him don't call me that, but it made me feel old.
It's not.
Did he just say ma'am?
Yeah. Pretty much.
Well, I never.
Was it the word that set the teacher off, or was it the fact that the kid was repeating it over and over?
I don't know.
Well, it had to be the initial thing graded on her because she asked him to stop saying it.
Yeah.
But if he's used to saying it as a sign of respect to, like somebody in an authoritative manner, like then you just got to get that flag out of your butt and get over it, right, Press?
I would think so. Yeah, get the flag out of your butt.
Yeah.
Did I say that one day?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was hiking around the area, maybe on Friday, said hello to this young feller, probably 13 or 14. How are you? How's it going? Very well, sir. I'm like, yeah.
It's a title. It's a title.
We're not
This
doomed.
kid walked high school locker combination.
I hate when they do numbers and they spell it out for you. I wish they would just put the number there. I mean, not that I can't read it, but sometimes it messes you up.
Okay. Speaking of new numbers, we have a new text number. It'll be starting to be used on Wednesday. So if you text in today, you're going to get a bounce back from us that's going to tell you what that number is. And it also asks if you want to enter your name and email address. You can if you want to. You don't have to, but it will help us identify you. If we want to give credit to your text or something like that, it makes it very simple for us, and we'll just have your name right there ready to go. But if you text the word Zoom, if you're going to check in with us today and you're going to Zoom in, you text the word Zoom 39333, you'll see that bounce back. The new number is going to be 610-660-9333, but that won't start officially being used until Wednesday. So just a heads up on that.
There's a method to the madness here. We're told that everything's going to dovetail into a wonderful higher tech way of doing all this.
All right, so I got an email. I want to read this to you guys. This is from a listener, a guy named Rob. Emailed this to me, and I'm curious as to what you guys think about this. So he says, Thursday is trash pickup day in my neighborhood. And when I got home and saw the empty cans, I went to grab them to put them away. And inside one of those cans was 2 dogs of dog poop, which means somebody walking by saw that the trash was already picked up and decided to throw their own dog crap in my empty trash cans. This also means that they know the trash was already picked up, and now I get to hold on to their dog's poop for a whole week. I went on our neighborhood Facebook page to complain about it and asked the multiple individuals who do that to please stop doing it. I personally don't know the individuals doing it, but I have it on camera who is doing it. Out of respect for their privacy and the fact that they aren't committing any crimes, just being completely inconsiderate, I won't post the videos. While most people agree with me, the ones who don't are telling me what a horrible person I am because they could just leave it there instead of picking it up and throwing it out. Apparently, I'm wrong and such an evil person for being angry about holding on to dog poop for a week that doesn't belong to me. And I figured this would be a fun topic to discuss on your show. If you choose to do so, what are your opinions on this matter? And then he says in a Charlie Sheen voice, that's what he writes here, you guys are the freaking best.
Freaking best, man.
Gadzooks.
We're talking about dog poop.
From Rob.
They don't. He does leave his name, but just says Rob, doesn't say where he's from or anything.
He doesn't say.
No.
Because I think this is.
What do you want to date him?
I think this is in my neighborhood.
Oh, really?
Or at least in that community, because it sounds very similar to a message that I read last week on the Facebook page. And it was, I believe it was maybe written by like wife or girlfriend or something like that, because it was from a female. But I wonder if it's not the exact same story. And they said the exact same thing about they know who it is, but they're not going to post the video.
Oh, okay.
And
I got this email on Thursday, so I don't know when you saw that on Facebook.
Yeah, sometime last week. It sounds very similar. So if it's not them, there's a similar problem going on our Facebook page.
Well, Kathy, I just got an email that says this is the biggest issue in the Fishtown Facebook page right now.
So
I think this is a common problem. This is one of these things that I get why it would bother some people. It doesn't bother me at all. Trash to me is trash. Toss it in the trash can. Somebody, it's going to be taken away at some point. So it doesn't get under my skin. I understand why it would bother some people, though.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I feel like I can speak to this a little bit because I live on a corner. Every animal in the neighborhood uses my yard. Like it's just, and then they must smell the other animals, and everybody wants to go to the bathroom there. So I constantly am seeing dogs, and
full menu stuff. Pee and poop.
8% of the time the owners are picking it up, which is great. Thank you so much.
Should be 100.
I have cats, so I scoop their crap from inside my house and put it in the trash can. It's disgusting. It smells awful, and I would never put it in somebody else's trash can.
Okay.
So listen, if it goes in my trash can, not a big deal because my cat crap is going to go in there later in the day and we're going to smell it anyway. But if you don't have animals, I kind of understand this.
That's interesting. So, yeah, you wouldn't mind if somebody did that. However, you would never do that to someone else.
Because I don't know if they have animals, and I don't know if they're putting their animals' crap in their trash can, and I know what it smells like in my garage. I wouldn't do that to somebody else.
I'm kind of in Nick's camp where I'm like, it probably wouldn't bother me that much to see somebody doing that now. But then again, part of me wants to go, hey, couldn't you just take that home to your trash can?
What if the dog owner took a dump in your garbage can?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Only
Would
if I
that
could
be
get
an issue?
video of that would I be a happy person.
What did you just do? So if you're any dog owner, you've got your 10 million bags that you do, and usually if they're tied up properly, disposed in my garbage can, and I mean literally on Thursday when we put out our garbage, I put out the weight of an adult human male in cat litter.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so I have no issue. I'd rather have that than them not, because I'm a corner house too.
Yeah.
Crap, the dog crap, and not pick it up.
Same.
So I will accept that over the former.
And I might, if I were walking through a neighborhood and I had a couple, because I have 2 dogs and I walk them both at the same time. If I got a couple of bags of crap in my pocket or whatever I'm holding on to, and I walk by a trash can that is full of trash. Out at the curb.
Yes.
I'd probably dump it in there. Now, if it were empty, if I look in and the trash can's empty, I'm probably not going to do it.
And I've done that as like I agree. Like I will look for if trash pickup appears to be impending.
Yeah.
Or like a dumpster that's. Yes. This won't screw it up, and I'm not stealing the service that they pay for to toss a small bag of dog poop into it, properly tied up. I've seen people get you have the dog bags with the dog poop and just leave the bag dog poop on the sidewalk.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. Like no. No.
You know, I think we're all pretty much, and a lot of people are listening. Same thing. Like, no, am I pissed off about them leaving the bag in no? Would I ever do that? No. And so when we come to this conclusion, it's like tough crap. Like, walk around with your bag of poop until you get home. Like,
and I've done that.
Like, am I mad at you for it? No, but also at the same time, don't do that. I wouldn't do it, so you don't do it.
Preston, didn't you have a bag of dog poop in your pocket at Steven Singer?
At Steven Singer. Rochelle and I went there. It was like her birthday was coming up or something. I forgot, or maybe it was Christmas, and we wanted to look at some stuff. And we're sitting there. I'll retell the story.
Yeah, 'cause it's worth it.
We get in the van, and I'm like, wow, did you rip one? And she goes, no.
You blame the wife.
I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I'm smelling, gas, or it smells like a fart in here, and so I just dismiss it, and I'm like, whatever. And we get all the way down to Steven Singer Jewelers, and we're sitting there and we're talking. And I'm like, "Are you sure you're not farting?"
In Steven Singer.
Yeah. So, but the salesperson had left, and we were just sitting there by ourselves. And she's like, "No," and I was like, "Oh, whatever, man.
Look, just admit it."
And then, yeah, come on.
Come on.
Would you own up already?
This is horrible.
It's just me.
And at some point, it was cold out, and I was wearing my jacket still, and I put my hand in my pocket, and I'm like, oh my God. Oh my God. And I'm like, I have a bag of dog crap in my pocket. And I snuck out. I was so embarrassed. I didn't want, she was going to tell the person. I'm like, don't say anything. And I went outside and I threw it in a trash can out on the street.
You should have asked for a jewelry box, Tim.
Yeah.
Can you make
Put
sure
it in.
Steven gets this?
Oh, that would have been, I missed my opportunity. That would have been great.
Tell him he's always setting us up with jewelry. We wanted to give him something.
It is funny how you were super embarrassed in the store and now just telling the story willy-nilly on air. No problem at all.
Face to face, I didn't want to own up
That's
to
right.
it. But there was another time, and this is a completely different story than this, but it's got a little tendril to it. I was at Casey. I was at Sunrise Park down at the shore in Wildwood Crest, and I walk up. I'm walking my dog, and they have complimentary dog bags.
Yeah.
There's a little stand.
I love that.
Stand there. It's got it says here you go, help yourself. And I am walking by there. There's a bag hanging out of the thing, and I look down, and at the base of that sign, of that stand, is a huge pile of dog feces. And I'm, really? Really?
Yeah.
Come on, man. And there's no strays running around.
No.
I mean,
it's a straight up FU. I mean, especially, I have had a case where I'm out deep into like the Wissahickon Trail.
Yeah.
This is outside. This is in a park.
Yeah.
Along the path. Chelsea at the time, my former dog, goes to the bathroom. I went back home, hiked back to where it was, and bagged the poop.
Yeah.
Because I'm not It was close enough to the trail. Had she been deep in the woods, maybe not. But it's right by the trail. I'm not going to leave it there.
Yeah, I went. I let my dogs out. They usually just go in my front yard, but my Reggie, he just beelined it for my neighbor's yard. This is just like a month and a half ago.
And he must be crapping Volkswagens, right?
Dude, I mean, honestly, they're just enormous. But I see him squatting, and I'm like, no, right? And I have a bag on me, nothing. So, but I run over to him. As soon as he gets done, I had like trash in my pocket, and I had like a white receipt, and I laid the white receipt on top of it so I could go back to the house and grab a bag.
Look, someone bought that.
No, but it was, it was like 10 o'clock, 10:30 at night, so it was dark, and it would have been impossible for me to find it. So, but like, it's just trying to be considerate.
I know, you try.
Yeah.
That's
it's
half
not
the
that
battle.
hard. But listen, we've all seen people just chuck trash out their car window. Like, listen, some people.
It's the Jason Segel, I love you, man approach to it.
Yeah. Listen, I think we're all pretty, but some people suck. Some people just aren't
it's just
as evolved as we are.
By the way, Rob, the guy who wrote this email, texted in. Nick had it up here a second ago, and he had said that he and his wife. Yeah, it says here, I'm the one who wrote the email. My wife and I are even separated on this issue.
Oh my gosh!
So they haven't got a clear agreement on it.
I think because it's a lot of times it's so there are people who are not considerate the way you're saying and will let their dogs crap all over the place when they're walking, not even make the effort. At least to me, that qualifies as an effort.
It's also,
and so I'm not that mad at it.
It's also if we have trash twice a week. You know what I mean?
Lucky you.
So I know.
Lucky,
so
man.
Not as bad, but
wow.
But if you are in the neighborhood and that the trash isn't getting picked up for another week.
I gotta show. This week I'm going to take a picture of so I have of the cat litter bags. I have to put them in separate, the garbage bags you use for your kitchen.
Yeah.
I
fill that.
So there are regular separate cat crap bags.
Yeah.
Because we have 13 boxes. So that goes into that.
Man.
Then those all go into that. And I have to put them in separate bags to keep the weight nominal so they can pick it up because they refused to do it one time because it literally was like almost felt like 160 pounds.
I was so glad when one of my cats died so we could knock it down to just one box.
Right.
And you have 13. That's a level of hell.
I
to
would
me.
hire someone to come over and clean those
Do you know what,
boxes.
though? Arm and Hammer kitty litter. Gotta say,
I
it's
know.
been a godsend.
So what, man? No. God bless you.
It still takes time.
That takes a special person.
Yeah.
But then it takes time. Like, that's going to take you a little.
Listen, what I also do is I take that time to read scripture.
So we're going to go via Zoom audio. We have Ryan who wants to share a story of some dog poop in a can. Hey, Ryan, you're on the air. Good morning, bud.
Good morning. Is this dumb bitch PR?
Yes, it is. What can we help you with?
You dumb bitch.
You got to move ahead with that.
All right, what's up, Ryan?
Well, I think my neighbor needs one.
Oh, yeah?
So I went to get my trash cans from the curb, and I noticed that there was a bag of dog poop at the bottom of my trash can. I don't have a dog. So I look closer, and I can see maggots at the bottom of my trash can around the bag.
Yeah.
So I'm like, great, now what do I do? Because I can't just leave it in here for another week. And, so I take the trash can out. I had like a field in the back of my house. So I took the trash can back there and I dump it. Maggots, worms, poop all come out the bottom of the trash can.
Okay.
So then I took bleach and my hose and I just completely cleaned out the trash can and picked up the bag and moved on. And I was just kind of upset that someone would just do that, but at the same time, I kind of get mixed perspective in the beginning where he was like, "Trash is trash."
Right. So do you kind of fall? Do you kind of fall in the middle then, or because it sounds like you're kind of vacillating?
Well, I'm sorry, I'm on the elliptical. I guess I was kind of more upset that the trash man doesn't like look to see if he got everything. I don't know if I can think of like that, but
Yeah, I mean, sometimes they don't dump the entire trash can out into the back of the trash truck, and they will just take the bags out and they'll leave stuff behind.
And if it's totally empty and you've already got maggots crawling around in there, it may have been in there for
before.
a while.
Yeah. Not unless the dog is crapping maggots.
Yeah, right.
That's what I'm thinking. It was in there for a while.
Yeah, that's a whole other. By the way, this all goes to there's a whole series of garbage can questions, like how do you effectively throw out a garbage can itself?
Yeah.
Right. That's one of the great dilemmas. Yeah.
All right, Ryan, continue your exercise, and by the way, don't forget to do a series of that going backwards too. I found out they were just recently. That's good for you. Okay.
No, I haven't. I when I heard that, I started doing it.
I started doing it too, dude. Did you start feeling it in your quads like the next day?
100%. And then Preston, as I also drum, I felt it on my kick leg.
Oh, nice.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Okay.
You guys should work out together.
Thanks, man. Let's work out sometime.
You guys take a steam together.
All right, see you, Ryan. I did. I started doing it last week. I started going backwards as well. So,
wait, do you feel it in your kick leg though?
Totally. Yeah. Totally.
You guys are made for each other.
All right, we have next another Zoomer who will be joining us in a moment. We have to wait for it to connect. And now we are going to Amy. Hi, Amy. Good morning. Oh, hang on, Amy. That's on my end. We can hear you now. Hi, Amy. How you doing?
Hello.
Hello. All right, it says you are a pet sitter.
Yes, I'm a pet sitter. I've been pet sitting for about 25 years.
Wow. All right, what's your take on disposing of feces in someone else's trash can?
I never put it in an empty trash can. I will carry it back to the house. I'm going, walking to the dog back to the owner's house. And honestly, even if the trash can's full, if I sort of kind of, I know most of the neighborhood, so if I know they don't own a dog, I won't put it in that trash can just out of respect.
I think that's the optimum way to approach it. Though I have it as a dog owner myself. If the garbage, I've walked past and I'm well away from the house, and it's clear that all the garbage cans are out and garbage is soon to be collected, then I might drop it in, in passing. But I think the model that you set up is probably the right way to do it. Take it back home with you.
I mean, I have on occasions. I mean, if it's if it's a big dump and the bag's a little cheesy, if I got a grocery store bag and I think it's going to break or something, maybe I've dumped it in. And to be honest, if my trash can's out front of my house and somebody wants to drop their dog poop bag in my trash can, go for it, because I'd rather have that than cleaning up somebody else's dog poop in my front yard.
Exactly.
Hey, Amy.
And I have really big dogs, so I wouldn't mind giving you my dog poop if you're not going to clean it up in front of my house.
Amy, I have a question. Are you, since you're sitting dogs, you're probably walking them as well. Do you ever have the occasion where you're walking 5 or 6 dogs at once? Are you that type of sitter?
No.
Okay.
I just go house to house.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Well, thank you. We appreciate the call. Thanks. You've seen the people walking all those dogs. I don't know how they do it.
The dogs are walking them, basically.
And then how do you, if one of them has to stop, and then, how you wrangle all those dogs and clean them up, man?
I don't know how the hell you do it. Yeah.
I have a hard time, because I have 2, and when one of them stops, I've got them to where now they pay attention and they'll both stop. But
if one craps, will the other one crap?
No. It's usually one and then another. On very rare occasions do I get
if one craps, will you crap?
A double deuce. I'd feel like it. But I've never actually done it. So, all right, we go next to via Zoom. We have Daniel who's joining us. Hey, Daniel. Morning, bud.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Doing all
Sorry
right.
Buddy at work.
Oh, it's all good, buddy. All right, so you heard the email. This guy saw somebody dropping dog poop into his empty trash can at the curb. What's your take on all this?
I got to agree with the guy. About 20 years ago, we had a dog, and I was responsible for walking him, and I'd pick up his poop, bag it. I always went out with I always made sure I had 4 bags. Now he was a small dog, but I always made sure I had the extra bag. If I was walking him that early in the morning before the garbage picked up, if I saw an open top garbage can that was still full, I would throw my dog poop tied up. I would throw Kirby's dog poop into that garbage can, because I knew when pickup was, because I lived in the neighborhood.
Right.
Now my parents and I, because I lived at home, we had a garbage can out front that was specifically for the dog poop. It was covered. So the smell, because even tied up, that garbage can smelled. But people would literally walk up to our house, walk up the driveway, and they would throw their dog poop into this covered garbage can.
That's weird.
And it drove me. Yeah, I was gonna say it's like it's a 75-foot driveway. Why would you do that? Why would you walk up onto somebody's property?
Yeah,
no.
Do that?
Yeah, unless it's curbside. At that point, why not walk into the house and throw the garbage away in their kitchen garbage can? That's too much. Curbside, full. You know where when the garbage pickup is. It's clear. It's imminent. Imminent, I should say. Yes, then that's fine. But yeah, that's a little presumptuous.
Did you ever have a chance to say anything to anyone?
Unfortunately, no. I mean, this was back before Ring cameras were really around. The household cameras. So we would never see it. We could only tell when it happened because all of a sudden, there'd be a boatload of flies.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, man, that sucks. Yeah. What you do is you go up and you spray black spray paint on the Ring doorbell and then throw away make it like an elaborate heist.
No, I agree with you, Daniel. All right, thanks, man. Appreciate you checking in, buddy.
Thank you, guys. Fun talking to you.
All right,
I mean,
thanks.
it is weird. But I understand you not wanting to walk around with a bag of poop in your hand. But it is what it is, man.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
It's part and parcel.
Yeah.
It's part of what owning a dog is all about. All right, the gentleman who wrote the email is joining us now via Zoom. We've got Rob. Robert, how you doing, man?
Gadzooks. Good morning, guys.
Gadzooks, buddy. Okay, so you and your wife are slightly divided on this issue?
Yeah, we're dog people. She's more of a dog lover than me.
Yeah.
She sees nothing wrong with it. My only qualm is I'm now holding on to it for a whole week.
Yeah.
And especially with it getting warmer, it smells, it maggots, all that fun stuff.
Yep.
And I just don't want it. I don't want to be the one who's happy enough to accept that gift.
All right, so Robert, you said you have video footage of the people doing this. Do you know who they are?
No, but I see them walking their dogs constantly. Like I know their face. I don't know their names. I don't know them personally.
So they're people in the neighborhood. Have you thought about hiring a private detective?
I was hoping to hire like a military sniper.
How many times has it happened?
Oh, it's every week.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
All right, now I'm on your side. Now I'm fully on your side.
I've lived in my house now 10 years. Every week I can count on somebody
No
leaving
way.
me.
All right, Rob, and they choose your house. There are other houses. There are other trash cans on the street. Is it possible they have an issue with you?
No, I think it's everywhere. If I get home quick enough from work where I can get the trash cans collected before they throw it in there, it's no problem. But if I'm not home and they're walking their dog and they have the bag of poop, they just toss it in there.
And do you have a dog or you don't have a dog?
I have a dog, yes.
All right, because if you know who they are and you find out where they live, I would just start leaving bags of poop in there.
My backyard for when they go out there.
Yeah,
you're stockpiling.
Like, would you if you have a baby and you're taking the baby for a walk and the baby poops, would you put a dirty diaper in somebody else's empty trash can?
Yeah,
I think it's the same thing.
Well, if you were to seal it up in a plastic bag. See, you raise the point of the summer. In the summer, as you start to do that, and you're leaving a dog poop bag, say on Monday, and trash pickup's not till Friday, and you have a heat wave week, then you've got a real nightmare going on, and not by your own design. So I can see that.
And where does your garbage go in the garage or something along those lines, or does it stay outside?
It stays outside.
Okay.
Well, so you say you don't know where these neighbors live, but they're people that you see in your neighborhood all the time.
Yeah, there's plenty of my neighbors who have dogs and take them for a walk.
I mean, this may seem drastic, but I would pay to have them killed.
No, if it's the same people doing it over, that's an annoyance. That's not cool.
You raised the point about does someone have an issue with you,
Yeah.
but you say no.
No, I generally get along with everyone.
All right.
It's hard to pinpoint who it is. Also, there's an apartment complex down the street. Everyone there owns dogs, it seems like.
So, Robert, at what point will you decide to go ahead and publicly shame them? Or
I'm not going to, only because they're not doing anything illegal. It's just more of a giant annoyance for me.
I wonder what the you bring up a good point. The legality of it is there a law?
No, it's just a dick move. That's all.
Well, no, I'm saying.
Well, you never know.
Saying is there if you are dropping if people have, for example, if their garbage cans are back, back from the street, it's just a couple of feet to where my garbage cans are lined up. Are you breaking the law if you were to pop garbage in there?
There might be some kind of technical or legal issue there, Steve. If you think about it, number one, you may not be stepping foot on their property per se, but you are touching their property. That could be a form of potentially trespassing.
Yep.
You are also, this is a service that Rob pays for, and you're taking advantage of that.
It's another
There
one.
might be some kind of technicality. Would it be worth pursuing? No, probably not.
You're out of order.
You never know, though.
Yeah, so there's a Pennsylvania Environmental Protection Code. This code makes it unlawful for anyone to dispose of waste within the Commonwealth at anywhere other than to a facility that has a DEP permit or operates. So
then everyone's in violation of that. If you're throwing
Well, it
that.
says no person shall throw or deposit upon a highway or upon other public or private property without consent of the owner.
Oh, all right. So there you go. You're well within your bounds then to hire a high-powered attorney and take him to court.
Yeah. I think you got to call Morgan & Morgan, man.
They're not licensed in my state.
Nice work. Nice
Very
work.
good. Very
Excellent.
good. Not in Missouri. All right. Robert, good luck with your issue. We're gonna flesh this out a little bit more, but I think most people probably agree with you to some extent, especially if it's empty, if the trash can is
Yeah,
empty.
right. I'm not seeing a lot of militancy on this. I'm seeing flexibility, but there are certain scenarios in which I think everyone agrees. If you can bring it back to your house and it's not a big issue, do that.
Yeah, and Robert, maybe you don't have to say anything to this particular person, but we're saying it to them for you. And I'm curious, anybody listening right now who's like,
That's
F
why I
you.
love it.
Yeah, F you. I'm just going to leave it in your trash. You know what I mean? Like, because I haven't heard from anybody yet who's like, yeah, I'll just leave it in anybody's trash can. I don't care.
All right, Robert, thank you, bud. We appreciate the email, all right?
Thanks, guys. Love you.
All right, take care. Love you too,
you.
man. All right, here's a text that says, we would, as kids in the 90s, take a hockey stick and shoot the dog turds from our backyard into our neighbors' yards.
That's hilarious.
I like that. All right, one more call, and then we're going to have to take a break. Joining us via Zoom, we have Kramer this morning. Hey, Kramer, good morning, bud.
Morning, Presbo.
Nice to see you, man. All right, so you worked for a trash company, correct?
Correct.
All right, and tell us what you experienced.
We had a customer over your way, Presbo, in Harleysville.
Oh, no.
That used a specific trash can to clean up his dog crap in his yard.
All right.
But he would wait until it was full, the bag in the can was full, to throw it away, put it out for the trash. Well, we would dump the bag that was tied into the back of the truck, and then, you engage to smash the trash.
Right.
Well, part of the bag was sticking out, and it had a hole in it. And as the trash was squeezing and the bag was squeezing, there was this continuous dog turd. It was terrible. Not only the smell, but just having to see that was awful.
Do you remember a thing as a kid called the Play-Doh Fun Factory?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you'd squeeze.
Yeah, but it didn't smell that good.
Oh, my God.
It smelled like Play-Doh.
Oh, my God. That is too funny.
Yeah, but to that point, Kramer, again, we break up, we have so much kitty litter at the end of the week, we break it up into separate bags so it's easier for the garbage collectors to pick up and toss in, because it gets away from you. You don't realize how heavy it gets after a while.
Yeah.
Man, we should one morning take calls only from garbage, trash workers to tell us the most disgusting thing that they've ever seen, because I'm sure they've forgotten more than we'll ever know about gross.
Yeah.
Kramer, what's one or two things that comes to mind besides the dog poop story?
Well, rotting maggots.
Yeah.
You get when maggots die, just the smell is, you can't even describe it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, seeing maggots in the trash, we called it disco rice.
Disco rice.
By the way,
I mean, you got to get through the day somehow.
Yeah.
when a maggot dies and rots, what comes after that?
Disco rice.
Right?
Oh, my God. That's too much.
Double maggots.
Double maggots.
Double secret maggots.
Secret maggots.
All right.
Oh, that's
Kramer,
awful.
thank you, brother. We appreciate it, man.
All right, thanks.
We'll see you around.
Yeah,
Wow.
maggot. When you get that, like Kathy, the time you had that in
the stroller,
and then you had when maggots are on the scene, the stench is going to knock you off your feet.
That was a sandwich you left in there, right?
A tuna sandwich.
Oh, even worse.
For a week. And I was like, God, I thought I brought that home from the restaurant. I don't know where it went. It was in the, in the stroller, you put the, the umbrella, the hood, and it was pulled back, and the sandwich was in there, and, it kind of like accordion style, so I didn't see it.
Wow.
And then we went for a while, and I ripped Jace out of the stroller and, dumped the stroller over into the street, because I was like, I was
That's
scared.
done. We're done with that now. Wow. Okay. All right. Well, listen, guys, thanks for your comments. We appreciate that.
Hey, as we take a break, can I do a shout out real quick? I want to do this. I want to celebrate all of our young listeners. So if you are in high school driving into school right now, I celebrate you. I love you. And I'm giving a special shout out to three young gentlemen. One, Christian Hasse. One, Luke Reger. And then the other, Seamus Foz. You're listening on your way into school right now. Here's your shout out.
Yeah!
I'm sorry.
I think the Tom Jones is still my favorite. Okay. All right. Well, let's take a break. As Kay said, we'll come back in a second. Bizarre file stories aplenty when we return. So stay put.
That you come with me. I want to show other people what you just did because it was so good.
It's a title you've earned.
I earned it.
Hey, here's a text that says, women should know better than to call other women ma'am. I joke that they're traitors. And then she writes, it's well known that most women don't like it. What do you mean? How do you know that?
Because of that extensive survey she took.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe amongst a handful of your friends or something. But what do you mean most women?
Yeah, but I would agree with that.
But how do you know most women?
Because just anyone that I know, it's not like I took a survey, but anyone I know would agree.
Then it's got to be everyone.
Yeah, and you know what? Here's the thing, too. I think it's, but I do, like you said, it's regional. Do you know what I mean? It's
I can see that.
In the South, yes, they do that. They're here, not as much.
But I've born and bred at, Northeast, and ma'am to me was always a sign of respect. And I would say ma'am.
Or maybe is it an older thing? Like it,
I don't know.
I don't know.
You keep going back to old.
No, the standard thing would be prithee, good ma'am. Wouldst thou takest me?
But here's the deal. I think it's all about intent. And if you hear someone saying it clearly as a sign of respect, you should understand that they're just being polite.
Yes, of course. I'm not going to get mad at them, but it doesn't make me like it. It's still,
right.
I still think it's.
I don't like it.
Yeah, no, I don't.
One gosh darn bit. Looking at my activities list.
Oh, God.
No, I listen, and if it rings to your ear and you don't like it, you can simply say, "Oh, it's okay. You don't have to call me ma'am, or I'll punch you in the throat."
Yeah.
I would never read it as an insulting thing. That's a way to disrespect.
It's your own fault for being old. Jesus Christ.
No,
What's with you and that aging thing?
It's not insulting. It's just we just don't like it.
And that's fine. But all right, it's your personal preference.
I don't think somebody saying it to me is insulting me.
All right, but what do you want your server? What do you want your waiter or waitress to call you when they go up
Sugar
to your
teas.
Yeah.
Young lady, maybe?
I'm lady.
Oh my God, she has to see my ID.
Now we're living in a fantasy.
Now you're getting into pandering territory.
I haven't been underage for 38 years.
Wait, let me tell you something that happened on Saturday. I have to tell you this. So I went out for Preston. I went out for my birthday, and we went into the bar, and they were carding everyone as we were walking in. And I was with Elisa. We're both 40, and she goes, "Oh, let's see if we get carded." So we walk up to him, and we stand there, and he goes, "Hi," and so we were like, "Do you want to see our ID?" He goes, "Sure, if you want to hand it to me."
See, he did. There is a crap job available in San Francisco that's a complete waste, but it pays up to $185,000 a year for those who are interested. The city where Tony Bennett left his heart has an enormous feces problem.
There's a lot of poop there.
That has gotten so bad.
A lot of people are taking poops on the street.
Officials decided to create a poop patrol to clean up the streets.
Clean up the poop and the turds that are on the street that I love so dearly. I took a poop in San Francisco. Sing along if you know.
The 5-member team now.
I couldn't control it.
Walk up and down San Francisco.
Started with the shart and then I left my heart.
There it is.
In San Francisco.
Left my shart.
I took a shart then left my heart in San Francisco.
So they are now cleaning up human feces, and we're assuming other feces as well.
And vomit.
Animal feces, and vomit.
And piss.
Yeah.
Can't forget piss. Piss, vomit, poop, it's all there on the streets of San Fran.
Thank you.
Where they got trolley cars and rice-a-roni.
Thank you, Tony Bennett, for...
poop.
Cable cars and rice-a-roni.
I miss that city.
Chinatown.
Yeah,
they got
poop-covered streets, piss everywhere, vagrants wandering around. It's wonderful. It's like Night of the Living Dead with hills.
The wharf is just covered in
Absolutely.
poop. Yeah, it's just beautiful. In case you've ever wondered whether Marilyn Manson was truly as evil as he makes himself out to be, there may be proof now. He said they can't find something illegal about what I say or do in my music. They just disagree with it morally because of their belief systems.
That's nonsense. I'm on the Satanic Church myself. And I'm about cleaning the poop off the streets of San Francisco.
That's right. Look at that.
Get off the guy's back.
You're not such a bad guy.
I'm a good guy.
Yeah, so he said, so they have to...
Just because I believe in the power of the Lord Satan doesn't mean you should think I'm evil.
I mean, after all, you're cleaning up poop.
Remember what the Joker said to Batman? They're both sides of different coins or something like that. I didn't stay really that long. I left once I ran out of snow caps.
He bought the jumbo box too.
I go through them a lot. I love those things.
This is so weird. Just thinking about that. What would lead Tony Bennett to
I'm
comment
in the Church of Satan too.
Marilyn Man. And poop and snow caps and Batman and the Joker.
Makes sense.
He's currently on tour with Rob Zombie with the Trek wrapping
I'm
up
also a Nazi.
this week. I want to see what you think of this, Kathy. Kim Kardashian, Chrissy Teigen, Queer Eye's Tan France, and trans model Andreja Pajic are sporting some eye-catching new accessories. It's all in the name of Simon Huck's conceptual art experience called A Human, and it's already roiling social media. So Kim has a glowing necklace, and it looks like it's implanted in her skin.
But Preston, okay, and I wanted to ask you about this. It's clearly not an implant.
Right.
It is a flesh-colored thing made to look like an implant.
And it lights up, Kathy.
That freaks me out.
But you've got to
it gets worse.
Marissa, see if you can find, she's on social media, and there's a comment. She says, It glowing
lights up
to
like
my
my
heartbeat.
Oh,
And just her, and she looks like an android, dude.
To begin with.
I know it's so.
Preston.
It's such a shame.
She's got the lips like.
Yes, yeah, full on constructed duck lips, so she doesn't have to make the
She doesn't
pout
have to do duck
anymore. It
lips.
does it automatically.
Close to the beat of my heart.
Yeah, exactly. It's like this. And who finds that? It's dysmorphia. We're looking at video. Look at this, Kathy. It lights up, and it looks like it's under your skin.
Yeah, that's kind of.
It's kind of wild.
Well, there's a couple of different ones, Preston. So Chrissy Teigen had one. There was a disgusting one that I think it might have been the trans model had, where it looks like almost like mushrooms growing out of their neck.
Ooh.
Yeah.
This is just somebody who has a lot of money, so is going to pay them to do this. This isn't going to be a fashion trend.
But you can't.
You can't be too expensive.
And
Yeah,
exactly,
no, it's not.
How would you pay to get this put on? It's got to be a fairly
And if
elaborate
it is,
process.
it's going to be so quick.
Well, now I'm just kind of thinking out loud here, guys.
Here's our fashionista.
Well, I mean, for the people who don't have that kind of money to spend on a glow necklace, okay, and that's all that is just a stupid glow necklace. What if it was like some sort of like thing that you could insert glow necklaces into, Kathy? Right?
What do you mean?
Yeah,
So you know what a glow necklace is, obviously,
The
right?
things
Like
you crack?
yeah, the glow bracelets.
Yeah.
What if it was like just a vessel that was like decorative that you could insert the glow
And make
necklace?
it different colors?
Well,
I see what you're saying.
The
Not-
pitch here, though, is that it looks flesh-colored. It looks like you have altered your skin.
You're saying not looking like it's implanted.
not like but accessorizing your glow necklace.
Like what Twiggy wore in Buck Rogers.
Here's the audio of her showing it off. Here we go.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God, shut up.
No,
It moves to my heartbeat.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat.
Wait.
It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God. My heartbeat. Wait, Steve, what are you putting in your mouth?
Something to puff. Give me something to puff out my lips.
Give him something. Wait, you need here, hold on. I have something.
Do you have cotton or something?
Tiny flashlight.
Steve was trying to put a flashlight in his mouth. Not a flashlight, a flashlight.
Yeah, we do have those.
Stick a flashlight in your mouth.
Try that case.
Try that.
What do you have? Yeah, okay.
Close to the rhythm of
Wait,
my
this is
heart.
too big. What do you think I am, a Watusi warrior here? What'd you give him?
Do you think somebody told her to say that, or is that all on
Well,
her
I'm sure
own?
she's getting paid for
Well,
it.
I know, but like where they like say it's,
Sure.
it's to your heart.
Close to the rhythm.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
You look like Bill Murray in where the giant plant when he goes to the dentist. Little Shop of Horrors. You look like
Little Shop of It goes to the beat of my heartbeat. It's right under my neck and it glows and it pumps to the heart of my heart. Glow, turn on my heart light.
It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God!
Shut up.
Yeah. Well, this person Simon Huck is a conceptual artist, so it's.
I'm a conceptual artist. And I want your neck to glow.
Stop it. So they don't see that outside the bubble.
All right,
the
so
rest of the world is like, what are you doing?
I'm looking at one. Nick pulled this up. It looks like she has feathers growing out of her chest.
Yeah, Steve, this is Chrissy Teigen.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Nick, do you have the other ones as well?
Kind of cool.
This is no.
That's cool.
She only posted one.
I mean, listen. It looks like studio makeup done for a movie.
Yes.
For a horror movie.
Yeah, a horror movie or
Yeah,
some sort of
fantasy, sci-fi thing.
So why not be like the large singing plant from Little Shop of Horrors?
Yeah. So meanwhile,
Seymour?
So Tegan, sported a featherhead breastplate, they called it, while Tan France wore a piece made to look like ruffled skin with bioreactive crystals, and Pajik wore horn-like sculpted shoulders. That's it.
Okay, so the one that looks like mushrooms growing here, if we can get that one, I think it looks kind of really like Casey. You don't like things that look like openings and circles and indentations in a body.
Wouldn't it be awesome for like the socially elite for it to become fashionable to wear like a horn out of your forehead?
But Preston,
wouldn't it?
Like the
you're
Hunger
not
Games?
far.
Yeah.
Preston, the bagel thing.
Yeah.
The
implant.
Japanese were doing the bagel implants on the forehead.
But I'd like to see like a rhino horn coming out of their forehead. Oh my God.
Charge.
Rhino. That's so rhino. All right, anyhow, the full exhibit of futuristic clothing-like objects inserted under the skin opens in New York City next week. The entrance fee to even see this stuff is $40 if you want to go check it out.
$40 to see these incredible expressions of self.
Mark, we'd like to put you to work this morning.
Yes.
The greatest host of game shows I've ever met.
Ever.
No
Well,
question.
very kind.
And so we need some callers on the line. And we are each here on the show going to play for a caller. You don't have to do anything. You just got to sit back and let the magic unfold and get ready to win some prizes as we play this.
Preston as he present Know the Show.
Thank you, Kathy. Real quick, a shout out I'll pass along. This is, hey, Preston, I would like to give a birthday shout out to my wife, Amber. We live in Stratford, New Jersey, and we listen every day. I sent a previous email, but left out the chart. If you could do this on March 24th between 8 and 9 a.m., thank you so much. Look at me. I did it. How about that? So here is a shout out to you, Amber, and it does not, your husband didn't sign it, but if you're Amber in Stratford, New Jersey, then I guess you know who you are.
Probably, yes.
Happy birthday to you. All right, let's get to the weekend Bizarre File stories.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Pro Team Collision. If you find yourself in an accident, trust the pros at Pro Team Collision, your trusted auto body repair shop located in King of Prussia. Go to ProTeamCollision.com. Had a series of messed up stories from the weekend to share in the Bizarre File, so I'll try to interweave the really horrible ones. But How about this one? A passenger on a United Airlines flight claimed that he was forcibly dragged from an airplane bathroom with his pants down by a pilot who broke the lock of the door for taking too long.
You're taking too long!
Yezrol Lieb is his name, 20 years old, was on the first leg of his journey home to New Jersey with the airline, but was led away in handcuffs when they landed in Houston after a humiliating ordeal caused him to be ripped from the airplane bathroom with his genitals exposed. He said he suffered physical injuries, extreme emotional distress, and anxiety. He added that he felt sexually violated and embarrassed after being publicly exposed in the nude.
That seems a little outlandish to yank somebody off the bowl.
He said he had gotten up from his seat to use the toilet about a half hour into their journey from Tulum, Mexico to Houston, where he was then scheduled for a connecting flight to New York. Around 20 minutes later, a flight attendant woke up Lieb's neighbor, a fellow traveler named Jacob Sebag, to check on Lieb. Now, Sebag knocked on the door and asked if he was all right, to which he replied he was experiencing constipation and would be out shortly. The complaint stated that Sebag relayed this to the flight attendant and returned to the seat. Yet 10 minutes later, the pilot approached Sebag and asked him to join to once again try and get the guy out. The pilot, however, began yelling loudly at Lieb, demanding that he leave the bathroom immediately before loudly demanding that Sebag force Lieb out of the bathroom. He responded that he was okay and he was finishing up and he would be out momentarily.
Come here, you son of a bitch.
The pilot became visibly enraged, they said, broke the lock on the door and forced the door to the bathroom open, pulling Lieb out of the bathroom with his pants still around his ankles, exposing his genitalia to several flight attendants and the nearby passengers on the plane.
And look, folks, he has a small penis.
Lieb quickly pulled his pants back up, but he injured his head and legs when they smacked into the door frame of the bathroom. The pilot proceeded to repeatedly push the two back to their seats while making threats of getting them arrested and making scathing remarks about their Judaism and how, quote, Jews act. This is according to the lawsuit. The two Orthodox Jewish passengers were robed in religious attire at the time of the incident. As they landed in Houston, Customs and Border Patrol officers placed them in handcuffs. While being escorted from the plane, Lieb stated that the two of them had a legal right to know why they were being detained, but the CBP agents responded that this isn't country or state. We are Homeland Security, and you have no rights here.
I'll tell you why. You were taking too long to make boobies.
The two passengers were then allegedly placed in detention. Both were released without charges, but missed their connecting flights.
This has lawsuits all over it.
Yeah, absolutely. And they had to pay for their own food and accommodations, and the passengers are seeking damages to be determined.
Listen, if they were being obnoxious or whatever the story was, the guy was taking way too much to yank the dude out with his pants around his ankles.
On, man. All right, now here is disturbing story number one. And like I said, I have a few of them. Sometimes it just happens. So a Missouri father thought that his teenage daughter was talking to a nice guy online and allegedly invited him to come live with them, even though that guy is 31 years old. Frederick Copping was arrested along with Travis Kalkbrenner, who is 31, the Florida man who called Copping's 15-year-old daughter his girlfriend. Police were called to the home in response to a possible domestic incident. Now, when deputies arrived, they observed that the teenager was extremely intoxicated, and she claimed she was 22 years old. Deputies soon found out she was 15, and her living situation raised some eyebrows. Copping said that he explained to police that his daughter had been talking to Kalkbrenner for a few years on the internet, and the two communicated on the Discord app, including video chats. Copping told police that Kalkbrenner seemed like a nice guy and allegedly invited the man to move to his home with his underage daughter. Copping stated that he believed Kalkbrenner was 25 or 26 years old, but reportedly admitted he wasn't sure.
He seems like a nice guy.
Copping and his daughter allegedly drove to Florida to get Kalkbrenner. When the trio arrived back at their home in Missouri, Copping allegedly provided the boyfriend, listen to this, with condoms and told Kalkbrenner he better not get her pregnant.
Copping, I hate everything about this story.
He was
the best dad.
So he was asked by his daughter's alleged intoxicated state, and he said she has the habit of getting into his alcohol, and he can't control that.
You having a good time with your adult boyfriend?
Wow. Deputy said that Kalkbrenner allegedly admitted to several sexual encounters with the teenager whom he thought was 22 years old. He said, these guys are both in jail without bond right now, obviously. Wow. All right, let's get to another fun one here. A man is recovering after having his ear ripped off during an altercation that turned violent on a Florida beach during spring break. 18-year-old Jack Turner was arrested and faced felony battery charges following the brawl that took place at Fort Myers Beach on St. Patrick's Day. Officials said on Monday deputies patrolling the area were flagged down for a reference of a fight. The victim, who was not identified, told deputies he was involved in a physical altercation. A portion of his left ear had been bitten off.
Wow.
A bystander shared footage of the brawl with deputies and claimed that she could hear Turner calling the victim racial slurs and then jump him from behind.
It was just a misunderstanding.
Deputies reviewed the video and confirmed seeing the victim lying face down in the sand with Turner mounted on his back, striking the victim in the back of the head with a clenched fist.
Spring break.
The footage then showed Turner grabbing the victim by the hair on the back of his head and pressing it into the sand. Turner then pulled up the victim's head and appeared to bite the victim's ear, causing a traumatic auricular amputation. Yeah, exactly. Deputies also learned the victim and Turner knew each other. Turner was arrested on felony battery charges and booked into the Lee County Jail. The sheriff's office said the victim is currently receiving medical treatment and is being seen by a specialist for his injuries. Wow.
I would have to imagine getting your ear, a chunk bitten off and have to hurt like a son of a bitch.
Yes, absolutely. All right. And that is, well, you know what? Okay, I'm going to end with this one. We have time for one more, right?
Yeah.
Just because a person drives a horse carriage doesn't mean that they can beat your ass when the time comes. In Dublin, a couple of American tourists in town to celebrate St. Patrick's Day thought they could get away, was doing the old ride and dash and stiff the driver routine. So the driver said not so fast and was able to corner the punks and proceeded to horsewhip them.
Oh, get out.
You thought you were going to put a fast one, didn't you? You little stupid bastard.
So he's got the whip. These guys are trying to rip him off. He started horsewhipping them. The boys ended up ponying up the €100 and the driver proceeded to whip them some more.
It's not over. Now I'm going to have sex with you.
So he got his money, and one of the guys apologized and said, "We've learned our lesson." So, and I didn't know this, but there's video footage of it we're watching. Oh, my God.
Yeah, he's whipping them.
Oh, wow.
And the stupid bastards ran into like an alleyway without an exit.
Yep. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back in just a moment or two. Stay close, my friend.
MMR. Kathy can't go to bed at night if there's anything on the floor. And Steve's got a bunch of Cub Scouts buried in the dirt behind his cellar door. Nick's effeminate. Marissa likes getting text messages with naked pictures attached. Casey boy squeezes pus out of his armpits, and Preston likes eating his own scabs.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have not done Know the Show in a long, long time.
Well, we usually refuse to do it unless Mark Summers can host it.
That is correct. And so the way this will work, the format is that Mark will have a statement that he'll say about each one of the members individually. He'll pick out a member and make a statement, and the rest of us try to answer a question that might be answered by that person. And each one of us, if we get it correct, we get a point. If we answer like-mindedly with the person that's being singled out.
A la the Newlywed Game.
It's the same thing, actually. Yeah. In fact, this is the Newlywed theme music, I think, that we're playing.
We're ripping off everything we can.
Every bit. And if we'll have point totals. Whoever has the most points, that person on the phone line who we are playing for is going to win a prize. If there's a tie, we'll give away a couple of prizes. That's the way it works. Mr. Mark Summers.
Thank you. No rehearsal. Sight reading. Here we go. Radio legend Preston Elliott, or El Scabo, as the people of his native Honduras refer to him, is a man of many talents who enjoys a plethora of hobbies. If Preston were told he must give up one of his cherished hobbies on the spot and never, ever indulge in it again for the rest of his life, which of the following three would he select? Is it golf, drumming, or cooking? You have 15 seconds to write your answers down. All right, time is up. And we're going to start with Casey Boy. Which one would he give up and never be able to do for the rest of his life?
Wow. This one was really tough. You got to eat or you're going to die. I would say you got to listen to music or you're going to die. So I went with golf.
Casey says golf. Steve, your reply is?
No, I had to think about these as well because I know that he adores golf, and though he's had some issues with his shoulder, drumming, the music is everything to him. However, there are other people who can cook for him, and so I say cooking.
cooking. Two different answers. We move to Kathy.
I was the same as Casey. I said golf because I know that he has back and shoulder issues, and I think that would be the reason because it would hurt, and I don't think that he could give up drumming or cooking.
All right, so we have two golfs, and we have a cooking, and we're moving to Nick.
So I went with, because of the hearing issue, I thought that Preston would choose on a tactical situation to give up drumming for the rest of his life.
Interesting.
Yet another answer, and finally, Marissa.
I went with, I think most of the crowd went with, and I went with golf.
Golf, we have three golfs.
Wow.
Preston, what is the response?
If I were to have to give up one of them for the rest of my life, I'd have to go, I'm going to say, agree with Steve, I'd give up cooking. Somebody else can make that food for me. And even though I have shoulder and back problems, I still love the game of golf, and I'll never quit playing.
How's your putts?
It's good. Have a tug.
Yeah, here, grab the shaft and you tell me.
Nice balls.
Got a couple balls? All right, so
And they're moist.
Steve got the lone point on that one.
Who's keeping score?
Oh, Casey is.
And who's our person who's won?
Well, it's going to be a total.
after the
It's going to be a
game.
total at the
All
end.
right.
So.
Question two. While Preston is known as a man of the people who often spends his spare time dispensing free croutons to the homeless, he is amazingly occasionally uncomfortable while in a one-on-one situation. Which member of the Preston and Steve cast will Preston say he is least at ease with when he sees them away from the show? Oh, my.
Wait, you got to ask that again.
Okay. So, who is the person?
You can leave out the crouton part.
No.
In English.
In English. Preston is least at ease. He's the most uncomfortable with which one of you when you're away from the show? So if you go to a
I'm
party,
one-on-one situations.
Okay, and he knows all you guys for 100 years.
Yep.
If he came face to face at a barbecue, which one would he feel the most uncomfortable with? That is the question.
Who is he least at ease with away from the show?
You've got 15 seconds to answer this question.
I don't see Kathy writing. Chop, chop, chop.
Marissa, we'll start with you.
All right. I think Preston and Casey have a great bond. Preston and Steve, obviously the longest relationship here, plus Casey on top of that too. Kathy, you guys have the kids together. Nick, you guys have some bonds. I think it's me.
Really?
Yes, when we were out in London, Preston came to see me and my friends. He was there for like 30 seconds, and he was like, I gotta go.
Really?
So I guessed it was me.
Wow, yeah, and you're a little Miss Social Bug, so that's interesting. All right, Nick.
That's funny, Marissa, because I felt the same way about myself. And Preston's been with Steve for so long that I think you guys can talk.
Not in the biblical.
No, to each
sexual.
other about anything. They've done trips together with Casey, gone golfing or whatever. And then I just sort of defaulted to his relationships with Kathy and Marissa. So I'm going to refer to myself in the third person and say Nick.
And Marissa, I'm going to go over there to Casey next.
Yes, we all know that Preston and I share a nice bond with one another. We've had Valentine's dinners by ourselves.
Yes. You have.
We've spent a lot
Shared
of time
D-pics?
with hot tubs together and all that sort of stuff. So I definitely don't think that I'm the answer here. Steve and Preston have a long relationship. Nick and Preston definitely see eye to eye on a lot of things, pop culture wise and stuff like that. So I don't think it's Nick. Marissa, you had mentioned that it was you and your friends, but this question is about singularly and
one-on-one.
One-on-one, and I think you and Preston have actually hung out and had some good times together as well. One night in particular, after a singles mix or something like that, you guys went out for entirely too long of a time.
Pitcher's Pub.
Yeah.
I need to know more details.
So I had to go with Kathy on this one.
Wow. That's shocking to me. All right, we're going to go to Steve.
All right, now we have had a long relationship, Preston and I, and it's we, till death do us part. Love Preston dearly, and we have there's a certain relationship we have that I don't think anyone can define. I think, like Casey, you and Preston share more in common than do we. Preston and myself. Mm-hmm. So I think everyone here has something more than I have, at least in that level. And I think we sort of keep a lot of what we share
for the studio,
for the
right?
show.
Yeah.
And that's why I said me.
Okay. Yeah. But that makes sense. I get that. And finally, Kathy.
So, like everyone but Casey, they chose themselves,
Yes.
which is also what I did.
You did.
I thought it was me.
Wow. Isn't this telling?
What does this say about me? You guys all think I don't like you.
No. It's not about not liking.
I think
it's like everyone else better.
Yeah. So tell me, Preston.
All right. I'm going to tell you with an explanation and a follow-up as well.
We don't have that much time, so...
the guys are off the hook because I am more uncomfortable with attractive women when I'm alone with them. So there's that. And
So what are you saying?
we have two beautiful women that work here, even though they're very, very good friends of mine. That doesn't change that fact.
Right.
And this person that I would feel, I'd have to say, God, it's not that I don't feel uncomfortable with any of you. No, but having to choose, having to pick one, there's one that I kind of seek approval from because she's so great at what she does and a perfectionist in this business, and it's Marissa.
Wow.
So it's important to me what she thinks of me, and so therefore I would be a little nervous. Now listen, about that night in London, I'll tell you what it was. I showed up, you had all your friends there, you didn't introduce me to any of your friends, and you didn't say who I was, and I was kind of mad about that.
Wow. The truth comes out.
Yeah. I am
If we're
so
going to be
sorry.
totally honest, that's why I closed down.
And it nagged at him for months.
Till this
Marissa.
very moment.
Oh my God.
No.
How could you? How could
And
you?
waiting in the waiting room is a therapist to work with both of you.
I'm sorry,
Dr.
Preston.
Joyce Brothers.
I guess I didn't want to be like, hey guys, this is Preston.
But
you guys know Preston.
Your lack of decorum has won you the point. So there you go.
There you go. Nice job.
That's the point.
We're moving over to Steve Morrison right
We'll
now.
hug later.
All right. A little known fact about the enigma that is Steve Morrison is that his great-grandparents on his father's side lost their lives to Titanic, both having choked to death on Twizzlers during a matinee showing. With that in mind, if Steve was Rose from the movie Titanic floating on that door with room for only one member of the Preston and Steve show, who would he save?
Wow.
Man.
All right, 15 seconds to write your answer down. That's hysterical.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was easy.
That was easy, huh?
Easy.
I wrote it down right away.
Oh, I can't wait to get there. Okay, we're going to start with you, Kathy. Who is it?
Okay, so after today's conversation, if we were on the Titanic, we would have had to pack in suitcases or in a hotel room, a little tiny hotel room you have to share with somebody. We had no idea that this was going to go down. So he is going to save me for sure.
Oh.
Great reasoning.
Wow. I like the part about going down. Steve.
I'm last.
Steve.
He's
last.
Yes. He goes last. So
That's right.
Yeah,
Nick, I'm sorry.
I'm going with basic math here, and Steve is going to need more room, so I'm going with the tiniest member of the Preston and Steve show, Marissa, so they can both fit on the door.
Wow. Okay, Marissa, we'll go to you.
Well, the true Steve Morrison would actually give up the door and let two other people out. That's
You're right. Oh, my.
You're
But
right.
because this is a hypothetical, I also agree with Nick, and it would be me just for size reasons. That's it.
Size matters. Okay, Preston.
Okay. This might be a little selfish, but without Preston, there ain't no Preston and Steve show. And we still have a future to think about after this horrible tragedy. Well, I'm saying me.
All right.
Yes.
Casey?
So I would think like right after everybody got rescued, Steve would go back to work the very next day, and it wouldn't sound good to have the Casey and Steve show or the Kathy and Steve or Nick and Steve and Marissa and Steve. It can only be Preston and Steve.
Yeah, Robin Preston's dead, so that wouldn't work. Okay. And finally, Steve.
All legitimate reasons, but I had to break it down on survival, likeliest to survive in the situation. Both Kathy and Casey are swimmers. Casey has saved my life here in the studio, but they are both capable swimmers. Preston is very resourceful and could survive, I think. Nick as well. And for the person I think who would be in the most dire situation vis-a-vis their size and lack of insulation, Marissa.
Wow.
Just because you guys would all be fine on your own.
Not to dismiss Nick's point of extra elbow room on the door.
Nick and Marissa.
Nick and Marissa both answer.
Yeah. All right, what's the point total so far, Case?
I think I have Marissa has 2, Nick has 1, Steve has 1.
All right.
Though if we were packing the way we do talk about, Kathy would have a certain edge.
Steve's love for the world of movies is exceeded only by his love of the world of porn. Disregarding the porn movies, what will Steve say is the one movie franchise he could not and would not live without?
Oh.
15 seconds. Boy, you all seem to know this pretty darn quick. That's interesting. We are going to start with Marissa.
All right. There was an obvious answer, but I didn't go with that one because I'm guessing most of you guys went with it. So I'm just going with Batman.
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 Very nice.
Okay.
Casey, what did you say?
Oh, I went opposite because there have been so many. I know that you love Batman, but you want to have sex with James Bond.
All right, thanks, Kat. So, real quick, I wanted to pass along a little butt plug request, and I got an email and says, "Hey guys, it's me, Brett. I'm messing this up already. It's me. It's Brett Schwartz." And he says, once again, back by popular demand, my funeral home, Goldstein's Rosenberg's Funeral Directors, is hosting our annual Saturday Slam Down Showdown Pro Wrestling event. All net proceeds will go to the Bucks County Suicide Prevention Task Force, a dynamic group of professionals and volunteers committed to decreasing the rates of suicide and ending the mental health stigma in the country. And we are also the funeral home that brought you the Procession for Life at the Camp Out for Hunger.
Remember it well. They were great.
Brett was awesome. And he says, like last year, you're going to get to see the wrestlers of the 3WA duke it out in the ring. However, this year we decided to up our game and bring even more action and excitement to the event with an exhilarating, rarely seen casket match.
Okay.
And he said, you'll also have your chance to meet Shane Douglas, wrestler best known for his careers in ECW, WCW, WWF, XPW, and TNA.
That's all the letters.
So the event will be Saturday, April 5th. It's at the gymnasium in Bucksco at the Community College Newtown campus. And so Bucks County Community College Newtown campus. I'll get it right eventually. He said the bell rings at 6, doors open at 5. Tickets and more information can be found at goldsteinfuneral.com. And then he signs it, Ooba, Brett. So I wanted to send a little butt plug along for that.
You know what's great about them is that, the perfunctory sound, got to have that. Obviously the business is based around death, but they do so many life-affirming things. They're dialed in that way. I think it's very refreshing.
And Brett had, by the way, had peppered this email with all kinds of Preston and Steve isms. I left a few of those out. But Brett, our pleasure to help you guys out. We hope you have a great event. It is going to be, again, Saturday, April 5th, and it will be at the Bucks County Community College Newtown campus. And exciting wrestling and a casket match, which I love the idea.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what that's about.
Now, listen, speaking of that subject of suicide prevention, yes, it's odd that he had emailed me yesterday because I was doing some cleaning out of my bedroom, and I have a bookcase, and I wanted to weed out some old books that I don't read anymore, and I'm going to donate those, and it was straightening up. And I came across an email that I held on to. From time to time, I'll save some messages that, for whatever reason, might inspire me or give me some good ideas. And I saw this when it was dated Thursday, January 26, 2017.
Wow.
And I'd held on to this, and I hadn't seen this in years.
What could this be about?
And I read it, and I kind of want to do, I just want to throw this out there and do a check on this guy if possible. It says, Dear Preston, my name is Steven. I've been listening to you guys for years, ever since you first started at MMR, and I've always enjoyed your show when I could, either here in PA or when I was living down in Maryland. However, you did something today that really had an impact on me. I've been going through a really hard spot in my life this last year, and lately it's turned to severe depression, and he said thoughts of suicide. And he said it's been hard to try to find the help that I need and have been thinking about taking my own life quite often. I just started a new job after months of searching, and my medical benefits don't kick in until March, so trying to keep things together has been extremely hard, and for a lot of different factors, today has been the worst it's ever been. And he said that changed when I was driving in. You came back from a break, and for whatever reason, you said, hey, if today is a difficult day for you, for whatever reason, it's okay. You got this, and we believe in you. And he said, it hit me like a ton of bricks. I had to pull over and compose myself. I was so overcome. And I know it may not seem like much, but I needed to let you know that you and the gang has made such a big difference for me over the years. And today you really came through when I was in a dark place. Your show is one of the reasons that I want to stick around.
So, I remember when you read this the first time on air. It stuck with all of us.
He said, thank you again for everything you do. Please keep it up. And you never know when you're going to be that factor that makes a horrible day into a better one. Most sincerely, Stephen. And so he didn't sign his last name. There's no email on here. Sometimes when you receive it, you'll actually see the email account. It just says Stephen. So, Stephen, if you're listening, I hope you're doing all right. That's what I wanted to throw that out.
And if
there.
you can reach out.
Yeah.
We'd love to hear that
if it's you, I would love to hear how things are for you. And listen, and this is a good reminder, and I'm glad I held on to this because from time to time, just whenever I feel motivated, I like to throw just a positive message because, listen, there's tens of thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands of people that are listening to this program. And chances are I'm going to catch somebody on a day that's difficult, and maybe hearing the right thing might be enough to just change your attitude, your mood, and throw some positivity out into the universe. So I'm glad I held on to this, and I will continue to hang on to it. And I hope Steve's doing okay.
It's been, sadly that has been around our sphere collectively as a show. There have been some instances where people that we care about have lost loved ones because of that.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question, too, that pertains to that? I don't mean to bring it down here.
Sure.
There has been a couple of stories in the news, and the one recently about, the I forget which band it was, Preston, but his girlfriend jumped overboard on an ocean liner.
Oh, yeah, it was Enough's Enough. It was,
I thought it was Thunder Pussycat.
Oh, I'm sorry. No.
Faster
Pussycat, not Thunder Pussycat.
What's Thunder Pussycat?
I don't know.
It's a condition.
But you're right. Yeah. It was Faster Pussycat. Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah.
And then there was another story about someone. I was wondering, or have they thought of doing clinics or people aboard ships, since that appears to be something that, because that also led into an article about the frequency with which people take their lives on cruises. Is that something? Have you ever heard of any cruise line taking that step of having a therapist or getting, like, in other words, this may sound stupid. It probably is stupid, but like somewhere on the Golden Gate Bridge or
having a mental health crisis
on premises, where people think as dumb as it sounds, I've never heard of anything like that. And then to hear about the frequency with which these occur, it's like, if you could get that person, the way your little message made all the difference.
That is a great idea. In that industry, there's thousands of people on those ships. They should have a designated a doctor or a trained professional of sorts that is available for
you don't need to
in a crisis.
Doesn't need to be in the commercial with Kathy Lee Gifford. Hey, we got suicide. But I mean, when you're on board, I don't know, just do it out there.
It's not at all stupid, Steve. I mean, I think it's a great suggestion. There was an article that was written about it in USA Today last year because there is a clear need for it. And so there are some people calling for the cruise lines to kind of band together and come up with something. Apparently, and I'm just scanning this article right now, so I might be misspeaking, but there's not an overarching,
resource
within the cruise industry to combat this, but it's needed.
Yeah, it just seems to be, the saddest thing, as Pierre often says, we quote him, a permanent solution to a temporary problem.
Yeah, so. All right, well, anyhow, that's a good idea, Steve. I like it.
I'm a thinker.
Well, listen, we got some other things to think about, and there's a place where we can find everything we're looking for. It's the old general store.
And there's the proprietor, Preston Elliott, standing up front, waving you on. He's got a jug of hooch in one hand, and he's got his cowboy hat in the other.
All right.
And he's got his pet egg as well. For shaving off the dead skin on his mountain man feet.
All right, so we're going to start with, we're going to go to the liquor section.
Huge.
Actually, liquor and sports section. So I saw this article this weekend, and apparently the number of sports bars in the United States dedicated to showing women's sports is expected to quadruple this year. Yeah, it's going to go from 6 to about 24 by the end of the year. So apparently that's how few there are in the entire country. There are 6 sports bars that are dedicated to showing women's sports. But apparently it's an emerging fan base, and people want to see more of it. So 3 women's sports bars have opened so far this year, and 14 more are expected to join them in the coming months, according to an NBC News analysis.
Solely women's sports, or will show women's sporting events when they are available?
I don't know. So the venues have broken ground or plan to in every region of the country, including major cities like New York, Chicago, and San Francisco, and smaller Midwestern cities like Cleveland, Pittsburgh, and Kansas City, Missouri. So 2 of the venues had their grand openings this past week. Title IX Sports Grill in Phoenix and 1972 Women's Sports Pub in Austin, Texas. So these are clearly with the names alone.
Yes.
They're going directly after, just setting a spot where you can see women's sports anytime you go there. And then there's another one called Set the Bar in Omaha, Nebraska. These are great names, by the way.
What about beef curtains?
That is not a name.
Oh.
But this is all in time for the women's March Madness basketball tournament. So Molly Huck, I'll say is her last name, is the owner of Set the Bar. And she said she was inspired to open her own space after she read about the United States' first women's sports bar, which is called the Sports Bra in Portland, Oregon.
I like that too.
And visited another one, Seattle's Rough and Tumble. Those bars, which both opened in 2022, seemed a world apart from the typical sports bars that she was accustomed to. She said, the vibe that I feel when I go into other sports bars is it's dark, it's kind of cement block. You definitely have to ask to get women's sports on for sure to get the audio on women's sports as well. And she added that she plans to dedicate the bar to her late sister, Kelsey, who loved women's sports and died 2 years ago at 35.
Man, if they make it, give it, an angle and set it apart in its own way. I mean, you just have to get people excited to go pay their money to participate.
There was supposed to be a franchise awarded to Philadelphia when the Sixers were going to get the new arena in Center City for the WNBA.
Yeah.
And now that that's not happening, I wonder if that is completely stalled because there should be a WNBA team in this city. It's such a basketball city, or at least it used to be. I think there's a market for it. I don't know why there isn't one yet. And I hope that when the Sixers and the Flyers do get that new arena in South Philly, that we get a WNBA franchise.
I think the thinking, Nick, is that the Sixers are on fire right now, and you don't want to pull off any heat from that.
By the way, speaking of the new building in South Philly, I was telling Rochelle about this. We were talking about it. Are they gonna tear down the Wells Fargo Center?
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, it'll be open until the new one is finished.
Yeah. Which is 2031 or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't even broken ground yet.
Yeah.
Preston, what better place for our museum? The stuff that you have in your office right now.
That we could fill up the Wells Fargo Center with it?
There are a few sports that I prefer the women's version better. So gymnastics is one, women's tennis, and women's soccer. I think are the 3.
It's funny you should mention tennis because throughout my life I've been a tennis fan and would go to the U.S. Open and all of that, and I preferred. Love to see the guys play, but I preferred the same way, Preston, in a video game. When you play the woman, a lot of times you're playing the more inventive way to solve things, and and to see true women's champions compete. There's a lot more at least to my mind, it's usually a more engaging match. Not always, you can't say in general, but I enjoy it.
But even like basketball, it's obviously the same sport, but it's a different approach. And so with we watched a lot of women's college basketball, especially last year with Caitlin Clark and everything. And it's just the fundamentals I think are better in women's basketball. And then like men's basketball is just sometimes it's like, dude, do you guys ever hear defense?
Caitlin Clark did. I took notice.
Yeah.
You pointed her out to me a little bit earlier on before the big explosion sensation. You're like, watch this gal play.
But
and I was like, oh my God, she's making every single thing she shoots at.
It's pretty amazing. You just have to keep the heat going.
Yes.
That's the issue.
There's no superstar right now in the college, and I don't want to misspeak. There are definitely a lot of.
You're saying there are no talented female athletes.
That's all I'm trying to say. No, there's no Caitlin Clark. Last year,
did I miss?
Right, a breakout above everyone else.
You had
standout superstar.
Yeah, and then Angel Reese and Paige Buckers and a lot of
Pudlickers,
a lot of huge names. And but I was talking about this.
Pudlickers. Sorry.
Never
Fuddruckers.
Go ahead. It just felt
Fuddruckers
good to
had
say.
Great brownies. I just,
Man, I had a good brownie for dessert last night.
Did you really?
Yeah,
You had Fuddruckers?
No, a place called The Refectory. It's in Villanova, and they have this. It's so rich, and they're like a little sprinkles on the top of it, which sometimes get in the way. But this one accented the brownie really well.
Nick, would free brownies from the place that you're mentioning at all women's sporting events help to propel it further?
Hear me out, Steve. Every women's sport at Villanova, sponsored by the Brownies at Refectory.
There you go.
Brought to you by Preston and Steve Show.
There you go.
Right.
Soon to open the Wells Fargo Museum.
So anyhow, the
We
women's
solve some big issues here.
sports bar boom coincides with the surge in the interest in viewership of women's college and professional sports in recent years. The sports bra, the one that I mentioned, opened by Jenny Nguyen in April of 2022, is thought to be the first women's sports bar in the United States. It has become so well known in Portland and across the country that Nguyen announced plans to actually franchise it last year.
If there's an audience and you can work it, then you can corner the market on it.
I didn't take the time to look up photos of this place. I'd like to see what it looks like. Sports Bra.
It looks like a Pet Boys
in Portland. But it's got to be cool if it's doing this well.
It should look like a huge bra.
So Alexis Ohanian, a co-founder of Reddit and the husband of tennis legend Serena Williams, has pledged to help fund the franchise expansion.
So what's their signature? Like you have Buffalo Wild Wings, and you have all these different. What would be would be a little bit more cultivated and cultured?
I don't know. It's a good question. Not really sure. We're looking at video footage of. It looks like a sports bar.
Yeah.
It looks like a regular, kind of hole in the wall sports bar, to be honest. So, but it's just all women's sports and. Wow. All right. So this might be a move. I was wondering if a bar like this would have an audience in Philadelphia or not.
I think it would.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay. I hope so. I like to see that. All right. We'll go back into the shop. And we are going to go next in the general store to the stationery section.
By the way,
I have to think about where all we're going.
Get my stationery.
And
from
so you should.
This store.
So imagine a time when children can't read historical documents.
I'm trying to imagine a time when there were stationery stores.
Young adults can barely conjure a driver's license signature. And even some elementary school teachers confess they don't know how to write in cursive. And it's the alarming reality of today, some New Jersey lawmakers say. A bipartisan proposal to require cursive handwriting instruction in grades 3 through 5 in the state won approval from the State Assembly Education Committee earlier this month. And it's the first step toward exposing a new generation of New Jersey students to the lost art of cursive handwriting.
Did you guys have penmanship class when
Yes.
you were okay?
Yeah.
I wasn't sure.
Penmanship, I had cursive, I had everything.
I didn't have a class, Casey, but it was part of the grade.
Yeah.
Casey had just invented language when I was in school.
No, because I was just thinking about this over the weekend because I was watching college sports and there were pen commercials. Like I was like, when do you ever see pen commercials? Like people don't even use pens anymore. But I was thinking about this when I was in third grade. That is when we transitioned from pencils to pens. You always had to use pencils in math, but you had to be approved by your teacher
to use a pen.
To use a pen, and it was they would judge your handwriting.
That's
and
funny.
yeah, and that was like a big deal.
It was because you were held to a higher standard if you were writing everything in pen, and then of course the old pen eraser, which basically ripped everything you were writing apart. But to that point, to be able to have a distinct signature, which is always at least written in cursive, should be, but then I've read also that if you're signing things online, there is that they suggest a signature for you.
You just put a line.
And you just click. Yeah. So, I mean, even that's becoming not as necessary.
I know. And you know what? The standard now for penmanship, like, it drives me nuts. I look at what he's writing and I'm like, and I still say, like, what my parents said to me or teachers said to me. I'm like, when you get to, whatever grade, they're going to start deducting points because of your penmanship. But they're not. These kids, their handwriting is terrible and they just let it go because the majority of the time they're on a computer.
By the way, I think, and I'll have to check on this, I think both Parker and Carter just I don't think when they sign, I don't think they use cursive. I think
They
they
just write their name.
Yeah, they just write their name.
my
I
gosh.
think so. God, their handwritings are atrocious. The Parker and Carter's handwritings are atrocious. My youngest, who goes by the name Caleb now, by the way, if you don't know that, has impeccable penmanship. But the other two just got, I don't know what happened. I mean, like, it's not legible.
I can tell you at least to some extent what happened because my handwriting was serviceable, legible, pretty good. Over the course of time, though, for that very reason that the vast amount of writing I do is on a keyboard, I often find myself having to apologize for my signature, and I will write my signature in a way I don't normally write it. Because if someone's asking for me to sign something, I want them to be able to read my name.
Yeah.
And if that means something to them, I'm honored to be asked for that. And so I don't want it to seem like, what was he having an aneurysm when he wrote this?
Yeah, I've never had solid penmanship. I mean, you can read what I write, but it's not. It's not pretty. I did, though, as a kid. I tried to learn calligraphy. I don't know if you guys remember that or not. I thought it looked so cool.
It does.
And that was too much work.
Oh, they
How about
still-
way too much
Let's
work.
go with geography.
They still do calligraphy classes. Somebody just sent me one. There's one out in Kennett Square in a couple weeks, and I was like, I don't know.
No. You got to be an artist. You have to be somewhat of an artist.
And what are you going to employ that for? Unless unless you're
Well,
writing
I don't know.
legal documents for monks.
I just was like, I think I would get too frustrated with it.
Yeah, it just takes too long. Nick, your signature is done in you print it. It's not cursive.
Yeah, but that's also for the same reason as Steve. Like, it's just gotten worse over the years. And when I'll sign a check or whatever, Casey, it's cursive in quotes. It's just terrible handwriting. And my dad's is bad. My mom's is good. I don't know about my brother's, but man, mine is just terrible, and it gets worse.
Mine's like half and half. I like half cursive, half print.
Right. New Jersey stopped requiring cursive instruction in schools about 15 years ago. Several proposals to make cursive instruction mandatory since then have languished in Trenton. The plan wouldn't start cursive instruction until third grade instead of requiring it as young as kindergarten, because they did try to get you, I guess, to learn at that early of an age, at least the beginning portions of it.
Preston, this is my current signature.
Yeah. Steve does an M with a line and a dot, and that's pretty much it.
I mean, and then it's completely illegible, but it would be distinguishable on a line.
Yeah.
But I mean, and so we are losing that ability. I do see the merit in being able to write a discernible, distinctive signature.
Steve, this is how I sign a check.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the same thing. It's just, there's a dot on there, I think, for one of the I's in my name.
That's it, for the I in Morrison.
Yeah.
I know.
And it hovers somewhere about where it would be in the word.
I think there are some things in my signature that I've forgotten why I do it that
Why
way.
is that up there?
Why do you draw the
I'll sign it.
donkey, Preston? I've always wanted to ask about that.
Do you know the only word in the English language that has 3 letters in a row with dots above it?
The only word in the English language
that has 3 consecutive dotted letters.
Is one of those letters a J?
Yes, it is.
Gotta be.
J-I-N.
G, ninja.
What else is it above it?
Well, an I and a J are the only 2.
Yeah.
J-I.
What is it?
J.
Hijinks.
Hijinks.
What about hijinks? Yeah,
Yeah, hijinks.
That's a cool
Hi,
word.
J-I.
That's it. There you go.
I'm going to write that down. I'm going to use that in my next trivia night.
Use
You
that
should.
in a dad joke.
You should. All right. So, by the way, according to lawmakers, learning cursive can unlock creativity and improve brain function.
Yes.
But the practical application shouldn't be overlooked as well. The measure would need to be passed by the full state Senate and Assembly and signed by the governor to become law.
We have determined the need for cursive as a pressing issue, and we declare it shall be so. The Commission of Handwriting has concluded.
It seems like they're really taking a lot of time with this.
Not everyone is on board for the proposal,
Mr. Potter, this looks like Hurry Pitter.
Hurry Pitter on your parchment. But not everybody's on board. The School Boards Association and other education advocacy groups oppose another new mandate from the state legislature. So we'll see if it goes anywhere. And some schools do it and some don't.
There's an ineluctable fact that tech and what we're using on a daily basis is things are changing. Like, for example, the ability to read an analog watch is all disappearing for many.
And I have a follow up on that, but real quick, Nick has received a number of texts that people are saying the word Fiji has IJI in it. So
yeah, but that's a proper. You're not talking proper.
Yeah, and I guess
that's a proper word. It is
not a proper noun, just a good old regular word like hijinks.
By the way, so we got you mentioned the clocks. We got our interior done. Sort of pro painters that came in and painted our home. I'm endorsing them. They're wonderful people. And so we had to take everything off of the walls for that. And a lot of the stuff has remained off the walls for now as we're just kind of going to reassess where we're going to put everything. And in the living room, we have a very large clock. It's a regular
analog clock. Yeah, love that.
And I did not realize how much I like having that there and need that there because it's just a constant reminder of the time. And it's just an easy just to glance up and look on the wall. And I realized how much I like analog clocks.
Well, how many
want more?
How many times have you had watches and/or clocks without the numbers, and you simply know by placement of the hands,
absolutely,
what the time is?
Yep.
I used for the longest time. I had a binary watch which is dots.
Yeah,
and that was kind of
Did you
cool.
get used to it?
I did. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And then I got rid of it.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to it? You just got rid of it?
Broke.
You broke.
Stinking piece of crap.
Son of a bitch. All right. Let's move on to another section.
What is up, everybody?
We're in the store, and we're going to the hair care section.
It's the little, Ulta section of the odds and ends store.
Yep. So a person from Maine is sourcing ideas for better and safer hair extension options after learning about the negative impacts that synthetic hair extensions can have on people who use them and the environment.
You know what I think would be a good replacement? Asparagus spears.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, what this person is using is going to surprise you, Steve.
Okay.
So an entrepreneur who goes by the name Andy is in the startup stages of creating his brand, which is called This Is Your Beauty. Andy said the brand will offer hair extensions made from seaweed as an alternative option for synthetic hair extensions.
There's a hermit grabbing your hair.
Steve, I automatically thought of Sigmund the Sea Monster.
Right, yeah.
Because his hair was all seaweed.
That's all it was, yeah.
So synthetic hair, cheaper than human hair, virgin hair, and raw hair products, by the way. Quality hair extensions can cost as much as $3,000.
Are those the ones you get from dead people?
And in some cases, more, with prices fluctuating based on factors like length, texture, and desired style. So the cost also heavily depends on the hair being used for various styles, is real hair or synthetic. So there's growing research that various synthetic hair brands contain several toxins and are not safe for users. And the product, which is often made from plastic fibers like acrylic, polyester, and cane kaolin, contains carcinogens, lead, and volatile organic compounds and has been linked to causing cancer.
What about the ones made from radium?
Andy started braiding his hair as a form of self-care and anxiety relief as he worked to recover from the traumatic loss of one of his close friends. And at first, he was unaware of the harms that synthetic hair can cause until he started to see testimonies online from women who complain about having adverse reactions to synthetic hair products.
Interesting. So, Marissa, you've done the extensions thing. Was there a particular type or brand that you were using?
Whatever Joseph Anthony recommends that I use.
and you liked them, right?
Oh my God, I still have them.
Oh, you still have them?
Yeah. In fact, my hair has never been healthier since I started getting them.
Joseph Anthony's the best.
Yeah, that's where I go to the Glen Mills location, and Shannon helps me out there. She's like an expert extension person. But yeah, so you use heat less on your hair, so you're curling it less, you're straightening it less because it just holds better. So my hair's gotten longer than ever.
So you still have extensions?
I do. You guys want to see them?
I never... I didn't even think of that.
I'll come in. You can see them.
You know who also got them recently is
well,
Cecily
we're guessing
Tynan.
Cecily did. Do we know for sure she did?
Yeah, she said she did.
Yeah, she talked about it.
She posted it.
Okay. All right, hang on. Marissa's coming over here.
Hair normal.
Right.
Put it on the YouTube.
Okay.
And then here are the extensions.
Wait a minute.
Touch the root of the hair.
Yeah. Back here.
So are they woven in?
Yeah.
A lot of them use glue too, or like some sort of glue that's like melting.
Oh, yeah.
What about
I can
Flex
see-
Seal?
I can see the ties. Okay, wow.
Oh.
So what's it like washing your hair with those things?
Same thing?
Fine. Like you kind of get used to it. You can actually wash just the crown more often.
Yeah.
Because the rest of the hair doesn't get as like dirty and
Can you
such.
brush it? Like does it does it get caught in the brush?
You're just supposed to like hold your roots
Okay.
more when you're brushing.
But not a dramatic difference from just regular hair.
No.
Okay.
And how long do they last?
You're supposed to get them moved up every 6 weeks.
Okay.
I pushed it just a little
Push
bit
it a little
more
bit.
at the
6 months?
time, but, yeah. I mean, you guys couldn't tell I had them in.
No, we cannot tell. So that tells you quality work.
Apparently, because of extensions and wigs, some people experience skin irritation, allergic reactions, redness and swelling of the scalp, extreme itching, and even hair loss after using various brands.
Gosh, sounds like when I had syphilis.
So Andy is currently developing better options, working on his startup brand, This Is Your Beauty. And the hair extensions...
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute?
The hair extensions he's working on are made from seaweed using a machine called an extruder.
Yeah.
And he said it's a lot like 3D printing. You put stuff in and hair comes out.
Extruder will take the horseshoe crabs out of your weave. No, listen. If this is something that's a little bit more organic,
they try to find a healthier version of everything.
Right, yeah. Then one's made out of asbestos.
Because a lot of people that need hair extensions or want them have thin hair or thinning hair. And I think a lot of times for those people, that's who it doesn't work for because it makes it worse. Like
it weights down the hair and exposes the thinness more.
No, not that it exposes it. It damages the hair.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
I think Marissa used hers for length, not
Yeah,
for
not girth.
fullness.
Not girth.
Not for fullness. And a lot of people. I have a friend who does extensions, and she was like, for me, she was like, it'll never work for
Kathy,
you.
is my hair too short for extensions?
Let me see.
I mean, could I?
Yeah, no, it's too short.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Well,
for
they're really
sure.
just tying it into the base. I don't know.
Yeah, but if you so
got good
look at how
hair.
short his hair is in the back.
Look at the top. Oh, the back. Yeah. But I was saying, they wouldn't be able to do the back. But like where you have a little bit of length, they could give you a couple extensions there.
We should do that, right?
Put hair extensions on you? That'd be great.
You know what came up as a memory? I was with Angela at Gravity Hair Salon last week, and the blue hair. When you have blue hair, that came up, and we were watching that video.
She
I
sent
don't
it
remember
to
the blue
me.
hair. What was it?
I just got my hair blue for.
You had it dyed?
Yeah, I had it. I had her do it. She basically stripped my hair of color.
Right.
She had to do that, and then they actually had to dye it kind of gray first because of it was like blonde, and
To
it
make
would
the blue wouldn't come out the proper
It would
color,
have
yep.
been green, and actually the gray looked pretty damn cool.
Very, very
it
sort of
did.
regal.
Yeah. I can't
Distinguished.
It worked for me. You know what I mean?
My name is Lord Casington.
You look like somebody from Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
It was like a Baratheon or whatever.
Yeah.
Wait, who had the blonde hair?
Targaryens.
Targaryens. Yeah, you look like a Targaryen.
We have a visitor from the Running Away Club. Where are you from, stranger? I can't remember. I ran away. Where are your fists?
All right.
Oh, they're hidden.
So this guy wants to make
of him. His fists are hidden, and he's with the Running Away Club. What is your quest today?
I still do hidden fist, by the way.
Be careful, he's throwing pine cones now.
Pine cones! Seize him!
All right, so this guy's going to try to make wigs out of seaweed.
Your Majesty, I've heard tell of flying squirrels.
All right, now we're going to the Arizona section of our store. Yes.
Arizona resides
We have an
within
entire
the
Arizona section.
footprint of the In and Out.
Dude, I saw the best odds and ends store in Arizona, and I took a picture of it because out on the sign, it basically just said like beer, guns, and ammo.
Yeah.
I have to show this to you sometime.
Yeah, when of my first radio job was in a little bitty central Missouri town called Salem, Missouri, and across the street we literally had it was a sports store, which for out there that means guns, and booze.
Yeah,
that's what they sold. I was like, okay,
you got to diversify. Yeah,
exactly. All right, so this is in Phoenix. Number one, did you guys know they have snow plows in Phoenix?
I did not.
So-
So, I know it's going to be 98 degrees there tomorrow.
I don't know why they do, but they have Arizona snow plows, And they had the contest. You remember Bodie McBoatface?
Yeah.
So they have a contest to try and name the snowplows, and I have to hand it to them. These are pretty creative names. Sometimes I'll see the name contest thing. It's like, those are kind of cutesy. These are good ones. So last year, the Arizona snowplows were named Scoopacabra.
Okay.
Good.
And Snoby-Wan Kenobi. And this year now is Plowosaurus Rex and Darth Blader.
So they only have 2.
Those are solid names. More than 14,000 votes were tallied in the Arizona Department of Transportation's third Name a Snowplow contest. Unless they're doing it as a joke, like they don't need
maybe.
snowplows. Maybe it's that. But
Well, listen, so in the municipality there, would, say like in Scottsdale or something, when was was there ever a substantial, or not a substantial, but at least something that registered a snowfall in those areas?
In the Grand Canyon, yeah.
Well,
I guess so.
It snowed in Sedona this year.
I guess state-wise, yeah. So this is done out of Phoenix, and that maybe is what kind of caught my eye.
It's the capital.
Yeah, so maybe
they haven't had snow in Phoenix proper since 1998.
Oh,
that's okay.
So,
All right.
all right.
Yeah.
Because it's
I know
like
it's,
107 right
It's
now.
4 feet.
It is quite literally. It's 98 tomorrow. 98 degrees tomorrow in Phoenix.
Yeah, the snow was on fire, Kathy, when it fell.
But Casey, you're right. In other parts of the state, they probably get more snow. So anyhow, here are some of the ones that didn't make the cut, but I love as well. Control Salt Delete is one.
Good.
Blizzard of Oz. Yeah, that one's kind of stuff. Scoop Dog, and I like this one. Sleetwood Mac. That's another one.
Nice.
So Darth Blader, Control Salt Delete are stationed at, or actually they did get names, okay, are at a maintenance yard in Flagstaff.
Oh, Flagstaff.
And Blizzard of Oz and Sleetwood Mac are in Williams, Arizona. Scoop Dog is in Payson, and Plowosaurus Rex will patrol highways near Globe, Arizona.
You can't go to the north rim of the Grand Canyon until late May, early June because of the snow.
Okay.
The south rim is like 1,000 feet lower in elevation.
Wow.
And the south rim is a lot more accessible from Phoenix and Flagstaff. But yeah,
You're driving me to Phoenix.
they make a trip to the Grand Canyon on before or after that quote.
Yeah.
So the 6 winners for this year's contest joined previous winners, like I said, Snoby-Wan Kenobi, Fast and Furious, and Scoopacabra. And from the 2023 contest, you have Alice Scooper, Snowgardo, and Frost Responder.
The ones that didn't make it were 12 Years of Snowplow. That was not good. And Schindler's Snowplow.
No.
And House of Sand and Snow.
No, those are all sad, and we don't
Very
want
sad,
that.
yeah.
All right, think maybe we do one more case? All right, let me see where we're going in the general store.
So many. It's really a sprawling store.
It's
It's deceptive from the outside. You wouldn't know.
Let's go with this one. This is in our job fair section of the store. I have the list of the best places to work in the United States in 2025.
The best places to work in 2025.
Top Workplaces USA has chosen the winners. The rankings are based solely on employee feedback.
On weight.
In surveys and weight.
Are these companies that you're talking about, or are these like actual locations?
These look like companies.
Over there is number 1.
So companies with at least 150 employees, Casey, are eligible. And this year, over 39,000 workplaces nationwide were invited to participate, and 2,251 of them did.
Is Beasley at the top of that list?
Beasley is number 1. It's the Beasley Best.
Okay.
No, number 1 on this list is Fairway Independent Mortgage Corporation.
Wow.
Where they do mortgage lending.
A mortgage company.
Yeah.
All right.
So I guess they for whatever reason, they're doing it right there.
Well, they have Naked Fridays. It's got to be it.
They used to do Gonzo Hawaiian Shirt Fridays here at MMR, right?
Yeah, and it evolved into the thing that Steve was talking
The
about.
Naked Friday.
Yeah.
Number 2 is Plant Moron. Or
Plant Moron.
Plant Moron.
Plant Moron.
Which is a certified public accounting firm.
Wow, man. I wonder what they're pulling out of their asses to make these places so attractive.
Because these sound like boring jobs to me.
That moron?
I'm sorry, one more time.
That moron?
I didn't even know we had that.
I'm a moron, man.
How many people work there? Does it say, Preston?
No, it doesn't give the breakdown on each one of these, Nick.
All right.
Hang on, there might be a little.
How many morons?
They're hiring it over there at Plan Moron.
No. So, by the way, the Fairway Independent Mortgage had the title last year as well. So people must love being there.
Wasn't the Caterpillar home office? Is that here? It's right off the turnpike. I remember because they would have a sign out for a couple years standing where they were voted the number one place to work in the country for a couple of years in a row.
Caterpillar, maybe.
Hell, I don't know.
Maybe.
Maybe moron took it away from him.
Then you have number 3 is Fannie Mae. Mortgage lending group.
Fleetwood Mac, Fannie Mae.
I worked at Fannie Mae, but it was a candy shop.
Really?
Yeah, Fannie Mae candies.
Yeah.
That's where I was a porter, Steve.
There you go.
Along with
Custodian,
you.
yeah.
I held the same title. Literally, they called me. I was the porter. Then I wonder if Fannie Mae's still around.
I was the CEO of Merrill Lynch, but it was a place that raised earththorms.
Oh.
Yeah, Fannie Mae's still around.
No, the chocolate.
No, the chocolate place, the candy place.
Okay.
I know that Fannie Mae's. They're the third best country or the workplace in the country.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, look up Fannie Mae's candy, if you would, please.
Maybe that's where they're so popular is they give free candy to their employees.
Man, they had these truffles there that was so good.
I love truffles.
Oh, man.
MAY instead of MAE, like the mortgage company?
It's been a long time.
All right.
What about Freddie Mac?
Yeah, it was. But it was a nationwide company.
Based out of Chicago?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, the founder, of course, was H. Teller Ultrabald.
Of course.
Yeah.
Are they still around?
They are.
Okay. Yeah, they did this thing. It was called Trinidad's.
What was the name?
Where their lead selling candy was a truffles.
Well, you can buy mix and match online.
Out of this world. See if they still have the Trinidad's next.
All right. Who was the founder?
Archibald.
H. Teller Archibald.
You know what that guy looks like.
Yep.
H. Teller Archibald. For we believe a penny saved is a penny earned. Everyone loves hoarding money, keeping it from the filthy people. Trying to take our riches and better their lives, we crush them down as if we're crushing a bun into the sidewalk. I don't know why I selected a bun. I'm eating one now.
Wait, you make candy, though.
Go straight to hell.
Oh, we're looking at the Fannie Mae Trinidad now. That is a little slice of heaven.
Yep, those are solid. You know what? Maybe I'll order some of those for you guys.
Guess who bought?
I would take it aggressively in the buttocks for that bag.
All right. Guess who bought Fannie Mae in 2006?
Guess. Give me a hint.
It's somebody you've endorsed.
Wow.
Yeah. It's I don't know how else to give you a hint, but certain times of year, like
Omaha Steaks.
No, certain times of year, like Valentine's Day,
Crush Omaha Steaks.
Mother's Day. These endorsements.
Steven Singer Jewelers.
No,
Vermont Teddy Bear.
In that vein.
Pajamagrams.
Similar.
Pajama bears.
You guys are right around it.
Vermont Teddy Bear.
I don't know what
800flowers.com.
800 flowers. I remember.
Everybody longs to receive a bouquet of flowers, be you at work or be you at home. Nothing says, I'm thinking about you, my sweetheart.
Is this Archibald still?
Archibald.
Dude, Archibald did just about everything. A lot of people don't even realize that.
How about that candy, young one?
When I first started working for WDRE in New York, it was we were there, and then quite quickly it became the 1-800-Flowers building. They bought that building, and so we were the one non-1-800-Flowers entity within that high rise.
God, they're probably not around anymore.
Yeah,
I mean, with 1-800 in the name, nobody really calls 1-800 anymore, do they? All right. Well, anyway,
I think so.
Real quick, so we have to wrap up. But the other top workplaces: CHG Healthcare, Progressive Insurance is number 5. Wow. CMG Mortgage Lending.
So again, these are all companies that are considered the best places to work
by the people that work
by the
there.
people that work there, which is pretty telling.
Number 7 is the Baldwin Group, which is an insurance company. New American Funding Mortgage Lending. Excuse me. Mountain.
Today you'll all be filling out a form that says this is the best place to work, or you'll be fired.
Mountain American Credit Union is number 9, and then Latrim Intralocks is number 10.
Subaru's not on there, huh?
They do they're a machinery company.
Johnny, we've been here for years. What is an interlock?
All right, we got to close up shop, folks, this time. Well, thank you for stopping by. I do appreciate your patronage. We will break and come back in a moment. Actually, we're going to talk to a friend of ours, Cast Iron Kyle.
Yep, great
There's
guy.
a hot sauce thing
Yeah.
coming up that he tells us about every year. So we'll return in just a moment. We'll get into some other things, too. Stay there. We'll be right back.
James Bond. Preston.
Kind of the same thing. I know there's so much. Although Connery was his favorite, and Roger Moore did a whole lot of those movies, but I still think he's got a huge fascination with James Bond.
All right.
Yep.
Nick?
Marissa, your answer made me think twice, but I'm going to go with my gut, and I'm going to go with James Bond as well.
All right.
Kathy?
I just said overall Marvel.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
So, Steve, the answer is...
James Bond.
there you go. Yes. What is your fascination with Bond?
Since Bond, my father took me to Dr. No when it came out when I was just super young, and there have been many movie franchises, consistent franchises that have influenced my life, but Bond has been, marathon after marathon after marathon has been just at the core of my life.
Favorite Bond
Batman
movie?
is my... Whoa. Okay, so the one that is the quintessential is probably considered Goldfinger.
Yeah.
So, yeah. My favorite Connery's my favorite Bond, followed by Daniel Craig, followed by...
Daniel Craig, really?
Right, followed by George Lazenby and Roger Moore. Roger Moore has two good Bonds, would be three, Live and Let Die, For Your Eyes Only, and Spy Who Loved Me. And Timothy Dalton. They're all good. They're all good.
Yeah, all right. So where are we here now?
Casey.
Whoever you want to go to.
Casey.
All right.
All right.
We're going to do the list of show legends regarding Casey is long and in many cases embellished, including things such as him saying a bubble scubosis instead of multiple sclerosis and being terrified of his home thermostat. This is the first time I'm reading this.
I never said multiple scubosis.
That's it. It's you're saying it's a false legend.
Which embellished legend about Casey will he say he would love to have go away once and for all? 15 seconds. What embellished legend about Casey will he say he wants to go away and never brought up ever again?
I predict everybody is going to get this one. This is going to be a 5 for
find out about
5
this.
here.
We're going to start with Steve.
There's even in writing this question, I knew it might be a gimme, but we had to go with it just to give Casey the chance to dispel some rumors about himself, including bubbable scubosis and his thermostat. Ranch dressing.
What is it?
His love of ranch dressing.
Ranch dressing. Okay, very good. Kathy.
Yep, love of ranch dressing on pizza, all ranch
Really?
dressing. He loves it.
Nick?
Ranch dressing.
Oh, my, this is me. Marissa?
Because he didn't invent it, ranch dressing.
Preston.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's unanimous.
And we will go to the gentleman himself.
It's not my go-to, okay, guys? It's not my favorite dressing.
What is it about ranch dressing that you like?
It is actually pretty yummy with pizza.
Do you have the isolated audio of just you freaking out anywhere, Kay, so we could play it for Mark, just so he has an idea?
I don't know. You know what?
We don't have to play the whole thing.
The crowd loves that idea, Preston.
See if wait, hang on a second. It's recording. All right.
Yeah, why did that happen?
Yeah, there was a moment on the show where we brought up the fact that Casey was dipping his pizza in ranch dressing.
Thank God it was a pizza.
And yes,
there was a question as to whether that was calorically wise.
Yeah, here we go.
Can I make a suggestion without being insulting?
Yes.
Try pizza without ranch dressing.
Listen, you a-holes. When was the last time you saw me with ranch dressing?
Okay, can I jump?
And by the way, I don't always eat pizza with ranch dressing. I didn't invent it. It is something that I tried like within the last year. All right?
Okay.
Drop the friggin' ranch dressing. Drop it.
I will say this. I have seen you eat pizza at last 6 or 7 times.
Hear a little bit more of this.
Without dressing.
Did you say 6 or 7 times?
Well, I have not seen him have dressing on his pizza in quite a while.
And it's not something I invented. It was like I tried it because I saw a girl with a nice frame. As a matter of fact, right? I'm like, ranch dressing on your pizza. All right, I'll try it. And then I did it like 6 times. And next thing you know, I'm making ranch dressing pizza sandwiches or something. Shut up!
It's still just is funny.
Oh, my. I've never heard you so whacked.
Can I get a point for that easy question?
One of my all-time favorite moments on this show.
We need to move on. In many ways, Casey is sort of an ongoing lab experiment producing flatulence at an alarming rate. Who will Casey say is the one show member he takes the most joy farting in front of?
Oh, my
Joy?
God.
The most
Joy. And you don't end a sentence with a preposition, by the way. But who does he enjoy farting in front of the most? Gee whiz.
All right.
Got
I'm
it down
in.
there?
I'm
You're
good.
in? Everybody's in? We're going to start with you, Preston.
Now, initially I was going to say me, but I don't think that happens anymore because I'm disgusted by it. It bugs me, and he will do it sometimes in front of guests that we have in here. Oh yeah, out loud.
It's the
and I'm
ranch
like,
dressing.
dude, come on, stop it. And oh my God, Mark, some of them are just deadly. But I think he gets a kick out of actually doing it in front of Kathy more than anybody else. I think he finds that funny, but that's my guess.
Marissa.
That was my initial guess, Preston, was Kathy, but I thought he actually, like, deep down gets embarrassed to do it in front of Kathy. He knows I get mad at him when it happens on his way into the studio, so I figured the only person that might giggle at it was Preston.
Okay.
Okay. Nick.
I think because it pisses her off so much that he's going to go with Kathy.
And Kathy.
It's so disgusting. It's so awful. Yes, he does do it when there's guests in the studio.
he doesn't.
It's the worst smelling thing ever. It's awful. It's so stupid. It's childish. I hate every second of it. But I think that he gets a kick out of Preston's response at how angry it makes me. So I went with Preston.
Oh, there's an interesting look at it. Steve?
I'm going to echo Kathy's sentiment and say Preston. Yeah.
All right, Casey.
I will have to say, because he's not an official member of the show, but an honorable mention goes to Chuck. I mean, if he were going to be a part of this, I would say Chuck D'Amico, because Chuck,
He laughs at you.
He loves this. He says that my farts have personality, and they do. But I absolutely love farting in front of Preston.
I would have thought Kathy.
Yeah, no.
Kathy.
Even like when he gets mad, like when they're like silent ones, sometimes I sit there and I just wait for him to smell it.
Well, I'll just
sit next to each other.
So Mark will be sitting here, and I'll see Preston start to go.
Sometimes, I have Lysol back here.
Oh, my.
And Preston will just be in the middle of talking, and there'll just be a little.
I'll just hear that. Oh, my God. I'm learning more about this show.
I really do go into like other rooms. If we have guests in the studio,
You've gotten better.
Yeah.
You've gotten better. What are the totals on the points
I
so
can't
far?
remember who answered Preston on that one.
Steve did.
I did.
And Kathy and
me.
Marissa.
Kathy.
Yes.
All right, so Marissa's now in the lead.
4.
With 4. Steve's got 3, Kathy's got 3, Nick's got 3.
Wow.
Yeah.
Kathy is our next subject.
All right.
It's not a stretch of the imagination to say that if Kathy Romano had written the musical Rent, we would not be singing Seasons of Love and instead would be singing Seasons of Activities.
Yes.
Fall, winter, spring, or summer, which season will Kathy say yields her favorite time-killing, energy-sucking activities?
Oh. I got it.
That's a great question.
Yep. Kathy say yields her favorite time-killing, energy-sucking activities. Is it winter, spring, summer, or fall? And we're going to start with Steve.
This is sort of a tough one, but I know that Kathy and I share a lot of the similar loves of the various holidays. And now while Christmas is a
Why
money...
you should have saved me on that ship.
Christmas is a money shot. I think, though, the stuff that happens around fall, between Thanksgiving and Halloween...
all that stuff.
Yeah, all that
got
stuff, and all of the access to it is
And with an
something-
8-year-old, you're busy doing, I got it.
Right.
Okay,
and,
Nick?
all that stuff.
Yeah, I think just because I think it's your favorite time of year that you love the season itself that I went with fall as well.
Ah.
Fall activities.
Marissa?
Because they're so universal, they happen inside and outside, and I'm pretty sure it was your very first list. I'm guessing that. I went fall.
Fall activities.
Preston?
I'll just hit this. Yes.
And Casey?
I'll just hit this.
Fall activities.
And we'll go to Kathy and find out that the answer is...
So although summer is my favorite time of year, I get depressed when summer is over, and the way I get over my depression is through fall activities.
Everybody wins on that one. Wow, that's good.
Cool.
The second question about Kathy on the Preston and Steve Show. Kathy is often playfully painted as a somewhat asexual being who thinks foreplay is laying down a protective tarp. Remind me to tell you Dr. Ruth's story a little bit later. That said, what will Kathy say is an appropriate amount of time for a woman to wait before getting intimate in a new relationship? While we're looking for a closet in weeks.
Marissa and I are going to differ.
This
on
is
this.
Kathy. We will allow your answer to be in years.
So we're looking for weeks.
Yeah. Weeks? The closest in weeks. Yeah, we're looking for closest in weeks. This is Kathy.
Hold on, I need a calculator.
Well, yeah. So what will Kathy say is an appropriate amount of time for a woman to wait before getting intimate in a new relationship?
All right.
All right. People are writing their answers down. You're in? Well, I don't think so. Casey.
Okay. This is a really, really tough one. I don't think you're as prudish as one would think. But like first date, 1 week, no. 2 week, no. 3 weeks, no. 4 weeks, I think is a nice, safe assumption.
All right, Casey says
about
4
a
weeks.
month.
About a month. Marissa.
I said that Kathy would approve of holding hands after 3 months.
Whoa.
Wow.
12 weeks.
Oh, Preston.
I think she's more of a slut than we believe she is. And I'd say Kathy would be cool. That maybe not for herself, but if she were to give advice, I'd say 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
That's a short one, yeah.
All right. Steve?
I agreed with Casey, and I think 4 weeks seems about right.
Okay. Nick?
First of all, I can't wait to hear that Dr. Ruth story. And then, second of all, I went with 3 weeks.
All right. It's all over the board.
Wow.
Kathy, are you a prude?
Okay, so I'm going to go initially with when I read this question, what my answer was going to be. And the question is going from one relationship to the next, how long you should wait in between, correct?
Yes.
Oh,
I thought it was after the first date.
After the
how long
first
to have sex?
Getting intimate, yeah.
date, before getting intimate with someone.
Okay, so you meet somebody, how long will it take before you...
Right.
As they used to say, make whoopee.
Oh, all right. Okay. So from the first date. All right, then I need to rethink this because if it was from one relationship to another, I was going to say 24 weeks, 6 months.
Okay.
But I'm going to say, after the first date, and I forget what everybody said, but I'm going to say 4 weeks.
Wow.
All right, so point each.
All right, Steve, you are now tied with Marissa at 5.
All right.
I have 3. Kathy has 3. Preston has 3. And Nick has 4 going into the... Nick, you are stuck with 4.
I'm done.
You're done.
That's right, because Nick is going to... Wait,
we have Marissa as well.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Okay, so there's still a chance for everybody.
We'll do Nick. A penny saved is a penny earned is more than just a maxim. It's also what you whisper in Nick's ear to make him horny. And while we kid Nick about his frugal way of life, who will he say is the next cheapest person on the show? So Nick being the cheapest, who would be the next cheapest human on the show?
Who will
15
Nick say?
seconds.
Yes.
Yeah, Nick will say this person is the next
I got this
cheapest.
one.
You got this one?
Yeah,
We'll start with you then, Preston.
I think that that somebody who knows a good bargain and is the queen of returns would absolutely look, and she looks for coupons all the time. She looks for special deals. It's got to be Kathy.
Got to be Kathy.
Gotta be Kathy.
My wife's the same way.
Yep.
All right, Casey.
When you said Queen of Returns, I was so relieved that you didn't say me. But I was thinking the same exact thing. She never pays for shipping. Yeah, so Kathy Romano. No doubt.
Okay. Marissa?
I actually think that...
All right, thank you very much, Kathy. I want to find out how things went with Casey and Marissa and Nick, who went to Camelback Mountain for their pond skimming event.
It sounded really cool.
Yeah, and so I had never been to pond skimming before, and it's been a little while since I've been to Camelback.
Same.
Dude, I'm telling you. So we got there on Friday night. I didn't get up there until close to 10 o'clock. And listen, my only complaint about Camelback Mountain is that you don't get to go through the Lehigh Tunnel when you're driving up there. You get off before that. So, like, when I pulled up to this resort, I was blown away with how massive it was and with how nice it was. I mean, you just pull up, you're just driving up the mountain, and then all of a sudden you just see this. Like, I don't know how else to describe it. Just an enormous resort. And then you pull up, and then they have a water park that's attached to the resort. So they have an indoor and an outdoor water park. The outdoor water park is closer to where the ski mountain is, but the indoor water park is attached to the hotel. It's just gorgeous.
Oh, see the live camera feeds from the news channels will have, I think 6 ABC always has something from there.
From Camelback?
Yeah.
Okay. I hadn't been there, Casey, I don't think in like 20, 25 years, something like that. I went skiing there in the early 2000s, so it had been a long time for me as well. I was blown away at how impressive the facility was, how nice the hotel/resort is. And then, like, Steve, like, you know, there's a La Colombe there, and there's a couple of different places to grab a bite to eat or whatever. And you can sit in one of the bars, and in that bar, you're overlooking this water park that they have. And they have one of those, like, wave pools where you can go surfing on the wave pool, and it shoots you back up, and then you can surf back down.
Oh, I love those things.
Yeah, and then it's like,
I've never done it, but I love them.
Kathy, I was thinking about you. There's a swim-up bar. And so,
Oh, wow. Oh, my God, how cool.
I know. It was really an impressive thing. And so I got there Friday evening a little before Casey and Marissa did, and then we got up on Saturday morning and went to this pond skimming event. And I had never seen pond skimming before, I don't think. It was so much fun. There were about 80 contestants. I would say, Case, maybe 10 or 12 made it all the way across.
No kidding, that was it?
Dude, yeah.
It's hard. And it would the length of the pond was, I don't know, 25, 30 yards, something like that.
Yeah, and by the way, Press, Peanut showed up. He was like, I'll think about doing it. He was like checking out the conditions. He's like, I don't know. And then he did it, and he made it all the way across.
Shut up!
Yeah.
So you're saying 25 yards, the distance?
It's
longer than that, it looks like.
Yeah, it's pretty decent, and the water is freezing cold, and people get dressed up and everything. I think it looks like the skiers make it across better than the snowboarders.
Well, who was the guy? Sorry, who was the guy? He was doing a beer bong while crossing.
So this guy does as he hits the water, does a beer bong and makes it all. And he was one of the first contestants. I think he was like the 10th person who went across.
Was he skis or snowboard? I forget.
He was skis. He was skis, and him and his dad and his sibling. They went 1, 2, 3 in a row. They all made it across. It was awesome.
While we're watching the footage, clearly the skis have the advantage.
Yeah.
Case?
Yeah.
I am surprised we didn't see you try it.
You know what, man? I
didn't want to get wet?
Well, I didn't know. I'd never been to one before. And as I'm watching it, there was a guy there who was one of the judges. His name was Tripp. And he was a total trip. And he's a veteran of this. He's like, I'm done doing this, blah, blah. He's like, I'm just going to judge now. And then probably about 2/3 of the people went through, and he's like, I'm going to see if I can get in. And he's one of the last guys you see go. And you would see, like, when people are coming down, he's like, they're not going fast enough. And so he knows what he's doing. And he did it. He's one of the last guys that you see. He was wearing a judge's, robe.
Can I ask you a question? So how far back did they start?
Not that far.
No, but they got
yards.
enough time, Steve, to gain some speed. So if you were skiing, you could sort of propel yourself as much as possible to get down the hill. It was not a steep portion of the hill to get to where the pond skim was, but you had a bit of a ramp and you could accelerate as you were going down.
Oh, wow.
What's the technique to getting, like, when you hit the water? Like, are the ski tips supposed to be up? Like, what's
tips up? Yeah,
tips up and then crouch down. So you want your body weight leaning back. You have to transition from snow skiing to water skiing immediately. So as soon as your snow skis hit the water, you then have to lean back and lower your center of gravity in order to try to make it across.
Yeah, your explanation was just borne out. As you were saying it, Nick, there was a video of a guy doing exactly that. So you can see the snow technique shifts to the water technique immediately, and then that seems to be what works.
Yeah, and so we took a bunch of video, and Marissa put together a really, really great reel. So if you want to get an idea of what this looks like, you can go to Marissa or Nick's Instagram page because we all collabed on the reel. But Steve, the last guy who went like straight up like a pimp, comes down in a snowboard, goes across the entire pond. His velocity took him across the pond into the snow, and then he just
took off.
Just kept going.
I saw the video. He just kept going.
He just kept going. And
Tell me he won, right?
That was the last guy, the last contestant. And he's got a GoPro in his hand.
Later.
And then he's like, see you later. Later, nerds.
Just kept right on going.
Yep.
So Casey and Marissa were judges, and I was the MC for the event. So I was calling it from down where the DJ was set up, and he was a bit removed from where the pond was. But I was in charge of announcing everybody that was coming through and a little bit about them, where they were from, et cetera, et cetera. And there were 3 or 4 doulas from New York City, Russian doulas.
Doulas?
Yeah, and I don't know.
In case there was a birth?
Well, there were some people, Steve, who were dressed up as if they were pregnant. And I was doing a little bit of background on them. And then they shared some stuff on their Instagram page, and they were Russian doulas from New York City who bond over pond skimming events.
Were they weren't the hot ones that were dressed as like Santa, and then there was another one.
They were kind of hot, yeah.
Okay, yeah, there was one at the very, very last second, just stripped, and she was wearing a skin-toned, like, dress.
Yeah.
You both sound so gross right
I
now.
know.
Just talk about somebody like they're normal.
Because it's not supposed. But
well, you could say she's hot.
it got so hot. No.
God, he was like, "Are they hot?" Nick was like, "Oh yeah, they're hot."
We're not on air, Kath.
Talk normal. Were they hot?
They
Yes.
had the
Oh, why not?
drippiest, wettest, never mind. Yeah, clothes,
hair
I've ever seen.
Yeah, Russian doulas, man. Who'd have thunk?
Yeah.
So it looks like a cool event. So you're blown away. Did you go to any of the other parts of the complex?
The other, I mean, we were all over, but like the other thing is like there was a full on tailgate going on the entire time. All right?
Nice.
So like this is a big event for those guys and for a lot of the regulars. And so I can't wait to go back next year. I'm armed with the knowledge of the things that I learned this year, and then next year I'm going to do it.
I was going to ask you need to give that.
But
a shot.
but the skis that I have snowblades. Don't make fun. I love them.
you need full length skis.
You need length and girth with the skis.
With veins.
Yeah, you definitely need like skis that are more.
Making it creepy.
I'm trying
Purple.
not to, Kathy.
Are you like say purple and throbbing?
No. That are built for water skiing as well.
So yeah, and then if you're doing it right, there should be a little bit of pre-ski.
Yeah.
Oh God, Jesus!
I didn't do that, Kath.
I know, it's him.
I didn't do that. I didn't do that, Kathy.
What I was gonna say is, don't you love when you do an event and like when it's over, you're like, I'm coming back next year.
Oh yeah.
Like
Right.
that's how I was with the Westchester Parade. The first time I did it, I was like, sign me up. I'll be back next year.
I love that. We have so many great events. So cool. Well, I'm glad it went well, man.
So my son is so we're going to the University of Scranton on Saturday. It's accepted students day, so we're just going to go and tour the campus. And I'm like, well, that's about a half an hour away from Camelback. We should probably go up to Camelback on Friday night and stay over there and do some snow tubing because the hill is open, all week and through the weekend.
This is the last weekend for skiing and snowboarding, and then they actually take a week or two off where they clean up the mountain and get things ready for spring and summer with what's it called, Camel Beach.
Yeah.
Can you stay on property there?
That's where I stayed. The hotel, the resort, and it was gorgeous. I mean, it was so nice. I'd say it's probably 10 years old, and it's an impressive place. It's really
Do
cool.
they have indoor water park there too?
Yes.
Yeah,
they do.
Yeah.
Okay.
In fact, so when I was getting my coffee on Saturday morning, I'm looking at this pool. I'm like, wow, they got the outdoor pool set up already, and I was like, oh no, that's indoor. You're looking around and like, oh, it is a massive indoor water park, and then you can ski out of the lodge as well.
Oh, that's cool.
You can ski out of it?
Yeah, so you don't the mountain does come down to the lodge, so you don't have to you don't have to shuttle to the mountain in order.
You're literally on the mountain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wow. Awesome.
It's good.
Whoa.
Good stuff.
You almost said it.
I almost dropped the S-bomb.
Yes, you're about to say the S word.
And also, thank you to Terry and thank you to Marissa for setting everything up. They're Marissa Boyd over at and also to Marissa
and all the Marissas of the
all
world.
the Marissas and all the land. Yeah.
2 S's and 1.
Yeah.
All right, Kathy.
Can I
you're up
recap
next.
something quickly?
Yeah.
I just want to say thank you to Robin Gupta from Guppies. We had a goodbye party. So yesterday was the last day that Robin will own Guppies in Conshohocken, and it's being passed on to new owners who I was able to meet. Rick Mahoney is the new owner. Was a great guy. Him and his wife are
They're cool?
So cool.
Are they going to keep the Kathy Romano sandwich?
So, Steve, of course,
Yeah.
I was like, listen, the one thing you have to keep, I go, I don't know what you're going to do in here, but you have to keep my sandwich on the menu. He was like, we're keeping it. We're keeping the
that's
sandwich
cool. All right.
on the menu.
Oh, they sound cool.
Yeah, but so we had a going away party, and it was great. I mean, some of the faces that I saw last night, I mean, from back in 2009, 2010, people that, we hung out with for hours at Guppies and I probably haven't seen since then. And I was able to catch up with a lot of people. So it was really nice. Robin got on the microphone. People were crying. I mean, Robin did, I don't think he realized, and I don't think the community realized almost, until it's over. Like,
Yeah.
you don't know what you have until it's gone. But Robin did a lot for the community. He did so much charity work for myself and our show included. And I think that's kind of what brought everybody together. Like, everyone loved Guppies, obviously, but all the good that he did in the community. And I think he brought other businesses and other people in that community together and kind of had them, join in on the charity angle of everything. So, people were crying and it was really sad, but the new owners are great. They're going to keep it the same. They're going to make a few updates, and they're going to keep the Kathy Romano sandwich. So that's good.
Now, hold on, question. So he's lives in Florida, right?
Yep, he lives in
Robin
Florida,
does?
and he actually owns a Guppies in Florida. He opened that there.
Is the Kathy Romano sandwich on the menu there?
So it is not on the menu there. I know. I wish it was, but it is not on the menu there.
The Gary Lauer kebab.
What
That
town
is.
in Florida? Where is it?
Longboat Key, I think it's
Okay.
called.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it going to stay Guppies in Conchi?
It is going to stay Guppies. They're not changing the name. They're not, changing much. He said just a few updates. I think the bar is kind of cracked, and so the frame of it is not real sturdy or something. So they have to replace the actual bar inside of Guppies. But other than that, he said they're going to do a few things, but nothing major. They want to keep it what it is. They think people love it, and they don't want to change it too much.
I love that.
Nice.
And keeping all the staff that's staying there. I mean, they've had longtime managers and bartenders who were all there last night, and they're keeping all the staff.
Well, now we know what everybody did on their weekend. Steve, what'd you do this weekend? What happened to you?
Well, yeah, this is his thing, and it's catching on in my area.
Yeah.
It's called blow out your tires in a pothole.
Oh my God, it's my favorite.
And what you do is now
pastime.
you come down, you wear skis, and you take the pothole at really not too much of a fast speed, and yet it still manages to blow out the tire of the car in front of you and yours. So
two cars pulled over, checking their tires at the same time?
One car ahead of me, which is kind of like a suburban-ish kind of looking vehicle, larger vehicle, which you figure would have had no problem. So here's this goddamn Mount Pleasant Avenue. You get off Lincoln. In my area, which is the Mount Airy area, and the guy who eventually towed me for Audi road service, was a super nice guy, great guy. Long story short, though, he says, in my area and Germantown and by Temple, he says he has never seen it worse for pothole season. Like not just, oh man, I bottomed out on that like tire killers all over the city.
Yep.
And I have low profile tires, which are going to be problematic, but they're good. They're sturdy. They're all weathers. But I mean, if it took out a Suburban or whatever the hell that thing was ahead of me and me as well. And here's the bitch of it. I knew about this pothole. I actually leave reminders on my phone. Don't forget this road pothole.
Okay.
Because they're so bad. In a couple of cases, and this is the one on Mount Pleasant, Mount Airy Avenue, they were clearly doing some work from one side of the street to the other.
And they didn't touch the pothole.
Trench, put in sand or something.
Yeah.
That all came out.
Yeah.
And so you're thinking, oh, it's fixed. And it's not. And so, I mean, I get it. They're besieged with these things. But some of these are like, you got to get on them. I mean, like the tow truck driver, the guy who could not have been nicer. Super great. You talk about a great service, and they were top level. But he's saying, he goes, I'm the only one who could answer your call today because everyone else is out, hauling cars all over the place. And here's the other thing. Cars these days, it's a crapshoot whether you're going to have a spare tire.
Yeah.
I don't have a spare tire. I don't.
sucks.
I was Preston. I said to you this morning, I would love to have a full spare tire in my car.
I know. Me
Just
too.
don't. So Steve Wilson from Secret Sauce, there were two potholes that were out in front of his store. He just filled them himself.
Case, I was thinking of doing it myself because there is and by the way, the two potholes that killed this happened to me not more than 2 months ago, a month and a half ago, and it was about 150 feet from this pothole. Around the corner, there's a tattoo place on Germantown Avenue.
Yeah.
At the time we're going to work, by the way, in the morning, if something is opened up, it's fresh. It hasn't been filled in. It's ready to accept your car into its gaping maw. And that's what I did. I hit this thing again, and then later on there was a road cone in it. But, I mean, I'm like, God damn it. I mean, these are horrible. Preston, it's not even like it's a dump down. Everyone pulling up to this thing has to literally stop to a crawl, go down, ease back up on the other side. It's just, and you have to go over into the opposing lane to get past it.
As we've learned from the bizarre file, Steve, if you really want them to move on it, you spray paint a penis
A big
around
penis around it.
And that they'll...
you know what I'll do? I'll stand there with my penis out if that gets it done.
That might get it done. Yeah, that sucks, man.
I had low-profile tires a couple of cars ago. And listen, I love the way they looked. They were really, really nice looking. But I ended up getting 3 flat tires in about 2 weeks' time from potholes. And and then I immediately went into an SUV after that. I can't do, and that was the one time where I was like, I don't want the tire insurance,
I do have the tire insurance. I do have it. It's still a pain in the ass, though. But I mean, like, these are absurdly deep potholes. Were you guys around? Are you besieged by horrible potholes?
Just one stretch of road that is year after year after year after year, and we can't figure out. It's called Crossroad. It lives in my. It's near where I live, and every single year, massive. I mean, it's just like you avoid the road at all costs, and I don't know why they can't figure out a way to. Listen, I understand if. After a couple of years, you have some problems. It's consistent, year after year after year, same spot always. It just turns into a minefield.
And doesn't it seem like they put these temporary patches on? It's like, just call an audible and just do the whole goddamn thing
at some point. Yep,
because it ain't working.
It's unfortunately this is the time of year when this happens. Right at the end of winter, and
I get it. Yes, we know it's a lot of work. It's a ton of work, and these crews are out busting their asses trying to get to it. But there are some. Of course, I'm going to say the ones that are affecting me are the most outlandish. I'm sure there are other ones, but I mean, it's absurd.
Yeah, there was a pothole that I ended up hitting on the way to the Subaru Live broadcast. It was on 95 in front of the airport, and I kid you not, this pothole was the size of a baby pool.
Yeah,
and when I hit it, I was like, I'm done. You know what I mean? I'm going to have a flat. Sure enough, I was going over the Girard Point Bridge, and you just. I'm like, I'm not pulling over on
the bridge.
I ended up pulling over and
screw that. Didn't we talk about that on air? And then it got fixed as a result because you brought it up on air. Maybe even that morning.
I think it did.
Because a few other people knew exactly what we were talking. It was near the airport, right, Case?
Right at the airport.
Yeah. And so other people had experienced it right around the same time as you, or just prior, or just before, or just after, or whatever. And they fixed it fast. So
it was loud and scary too.
It scares the crap. It jars your entire body.
Oh my God!
Yes.
You think about your rims. You think about your alignment going out. If you can crack something and that it just jars you. And so I'll say this: if you're doing any sort of work that involves tearing up street or like. This isn't just a natural pothole that occurred. They were doing some work and didn't fill it back in the right way. That's what's pissing me off.
Yeah, man. When you hit those big ones, it's bang.
Yes.
I mean, like just that really loud.
What do you say? Son of a bitch.
Yep. And you can feel it. You know it's coming. Look at a little indicator, and sure enough, there it comes on.
There should be like a little, like with his thumbs in his ears.
Yeah. That sucks, dude. All right. Well, listen, you're in company. There's lots of people that are going through the same thing as well. All right. Listen, we want to take a break because we have bizarre file stories on the way, but we also have everybody, Kyle Sipe, who's stopping by. Cast Iron Kyle. The Hot Sauce Festival is coming up, and we'll get you the details on that. I know there's a lot of hot sauce fanatics. So we'll come back with that and B-File stories. Stay put. We'll return momentarily.
Is just, I think your wife is the same, and I think your family, and I think it bleeds onto you a little bit. So I'd say Casey.
Oh,
okay. Yeah, in a good way. All great ways.
Kathy?
Oh, okay. So I did not think of myself. I don't think of myself as cheap, although I love a coupon and don't like to pay for shipping. I won't not buy it if I don't find the coupon.
Really?
Yeah, and just because.
But you like quality too, though.
Yes,
so,
and I like quality items as well. I went with Preston because I believe that Nick and Preston, when we talk about tipping conversations, they always have a similar opinion. So so I went with Preston.
Okay. And what is just briefly? What is your tipping deal?
Just that Steve always goes over the top, and they'll do like the standard tip, like what's listed, and and not really go over.
Tip based on performance, not just
right.
Steve is going to tip over tip no matter what.
I always over tip. I always do. Steve.
So and for that reason, because Preston is not cheap at all, but we have those conversations on air, and when we talk about the tipping, those two will take that angle, and so I said Preston.
Okay. Yeah. Well, Nick, survey says.
Well, it turns out that Kathy and Steve are right. I went with Preston. And it was because of the way that we think about stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And because you're kind of cheap.
He's very generous.
I'm joking.
You see my bill from the vacation I just took?
Yeah.
Do you hate it when they include the tip without asking you?
No. That
doesn't bother you.
That doesn't bother me. In fact, added gratuities I'm fine with. But if I did get service that was not good, I think that it reflects on the tip. I mean, absolutely.
Do you talk to the server and say this is why?
No.
Never done that.
Do you do that,
I
Mark?
usually, but I can't tell you the last time that I had really bad service and I left anything less than 20%.
Okay.
But I mean, but I usually 20% is about right for me. So
Okay. Okay, second question about Nick. Anyone who knows Nick knows his passion for music and his love of both Eddie Vedder and Dave Matthews. I hate Dave Matthews. This begs the question, which of the following two scenarios will Nick pick? Eddie violates Nick while Dave Matthews directs, or Dave Matthews violates Nick while Eddie directs.
Wow.
Steve Morrison, you are a sick man.
I love that I got a gay joke and a cheap joke.
Yes. So Eddie violates Nick while Dave Matthew directs, or Dave Matthew violates Nick while Eddie directs. All right, that's what we're looking for. We're going to start with Steve.
Well, I thought about this, obviously.
Apparently you have.
And I think that Nick holds both of these gentlemen in high regard, but I think Nick is more concerned with how Eddie would think of him, so he would prefer to have Eddie direct him being violated by Dave Matthews.
Okay. Eddie directs is what you're saying.
Right.
Okay, Kathy?
No, I went opposite. I think that Eddie definitely violates him because if a man is going to violate him, it's going to be Eddie Vedder, and it's just a bonus that Dave is there. So
Just a what?
A bonus
Oh,
that
scared me
Dave
for a
is
minute.
there.
Okay.
So
It's just a bonus.
That's interesting.
he can direct.
All right, Marissa?
I think that Nick probably enjoys Eddie's voice more, so Eddie directs.
And we've got
And I drew a picture.
visual aids.
Wow.
She drew a picture.
Oh, my.
I thought it would be mouth and not.
No, it's from behind.
Yeah.
Oh, Preston.
Creative
You know what? This is actually, I have a new band name from this.
What is it?
Grunge Cuck.
Grunge cuck. I love
Grunge
it.
Cuckle. I think that Nick's deep love for Eddie Vedder would mean that he would want him deep inside of him. So I'm going to go with Eddie violating while Dave directs.
Oh,
Wow.
Yeah.
And Casey Boy.
I did the same thing. I think he would love to have Eddie in him, and also opposite of what you were saying, Marissa. I think he likes Dave's speaking voice more.
That's interesting.
But when Dave Matthews sings, he sounds like a billy goat to me. Okay, I don't know.
He does kind of, he
does, right?
But maybe in the
Mumbles a little
bedroom,
bit.
it's a little bit more.
Could be.
I genuinely appreciate all the thought that all you guys put into each, and the drawing, Marissa, was the pièce de résistance.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go with I would love to have sex with Eddie Vedder no matter what.
And Dave is directing.
Yeah, Dave is directing.
How do we do on the points on that one, Casey?
I don't remember.
I didn't get a point.
I did.
Okay.
All right, and then Preston, what did you say?
I did. I got
Okay.
a point, yeah.
All right, so we have Preston at 5, Marissa at 5, Kathy at 5, Steve at 6, Casey at 4.
So Steve at 6.
God bless our callers. They've been on hold for 30 minutes now. That's
Sorry, guys.
Hang in there,
I'm
guys.
so
All
sorry
right.
about that.
We leave the best for last. Marissa. It is no secret that Marissa spends a lot of time out on the town attending the trendiest events, often having to check her license to remember where she lives. Of all the multitude of events, parties, clubs, etc. that Marissa attends or frequents, which will she admit makes her feel the most pompous? All right, she goes to events. Whenever I used to live here, I'd run into her at 2 in the afternoon and 2 in the morning. And the question is, which of all the events she goes to makes her feel the most pompous? Interesting question. We're going to start with Steve.
This, to me, even as writing the question, I thought, is this too easy? But I figured, what the hell, why not go for it? I'm going to have to say dinner en blanc.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yes.
Fancy schmancy events.
Right.
Absolutely. Okay, Kathy.
I said the same thing just because I think she knows the joke behind it and that we all kind of
Make fun of
laugh.
her?
Yeah, laugh that she's going again.
Nick?
The name itself is pompous, so I went with dinner en blanc.
Okay. Preston?
I actually know it's her favorite event, though, so I don't know if it would be considered the most pompous, but I couldn't think of another more pompous event, so I went with Dinner en Blanc as well.
Casey.
I honestly couldn't think of anything but Dinner en Blanc.
All right, so Marissa.
All right, so I thought about this long and hard, and I thought about picking up and going to Europe or Cuba or, just going to some random new Mark Vetri restaurant or something. And all of these, you guys make fun of me for being pompous. But even though I feel like it isn't that pompous, but I'm also just defending it, it's got to be Dinner en Blanc.
All right, so the
That's a
scores
clean
remain
sweep.
the same. Steve is still in the lead with 7 correct answers, I believe, now.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, and so the only ones that can either tie are Kathy and Preston.
All right, last question. To walk a mile in Marissa's shoes is to see the world at a sub-nose level. Which show member? Oh, my God, I can't believe this is the last question.
Oh, my God.
Which show member will Marissa say has the most out-of-control nose hair or cave bats situation? Wow. She's short. She looks up in various places that they think others don't. Preston is in the lead. We could have a potential tie. Then we will go to a tiebreaker question. I have no idea what that is, but we'll figure it out. We're going to start with Casey.
Okay, so it couldn't be me because I pick my nose all the time. So there's virtually never any bats in the cave. I got to go with Preston on this one. I don't really have any other explanation of him.
All right, Preston.
You know what? I've brought this up several times that Marissa has to view nose hairs regularly. I'm the tallest member of the show, so I gotta put myself in that category. She probably sees the most. Yep.
Nick.
I'm hoping it's not me, but I'm going to go with Preston as well.
All right, Kathy.
I went with Preston as well because of the height. His height.
Steve.
I went with Casey.
Wow. Because?
Only because I figured there's a lot of work around there just lodging things, and stuff might be more visible because of that. Though Preston is taller, obviously, and the angle's probably better. I went with Casey.
All right, so potential tie here. Marissa, the answer is...
All right, I'm going to admit something to you guys. There is only one member of the show whose nose I've looked up, and it's because he's constantly pointing it out and seeking my approval. It's Preston.
All right.
There you go.
So, Casey, tell us the score, please.
All right. The final score is, I got to give him 1 and her 1. We have a 3-way tie. We have a 3-way tie between Preston Elliott, Steve Morrison, and Kathy.
Thought of something else I did one time, but immediately, here I am as an adult thinking I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. One time we were doing a promotion at the Granite Rim Mall with Y100, and we had we used to take a little putter and a putting green, and we would do a putting contest.
Yeah.
'Cause when you go to these promotions, you have a little game. People can play, come on, and when. So we're out there, and we're bored. Nobody's coming out there. And I decide to take the putter and take a full-on driver swing.
No, you didn't.
To the golf ball. Or I was pretending to. I was going to swing over the ball. And, of course, I'm aiming right at the parking lot. And we were in, there was like a tent sale going out there or something. So there was a wide open area where nobody was parked. But about 50 yards away, there were cars. I swung at this thing. I hit the ball. And it goes over and thunk and hits the side of a car. Big, huge dent in the side of it. And I tell an intern, I go, go get the golf ball. Go get the golf ball right now. Go get it. So they ran and got the golf ball, and I go, put the whole golf ball thing away. Put the whole putting green thing away.
Appearance over. Appearance over.
Appearance over. Yeah. Attention.
We've got our winner.
Yeah. So put the golf ball away.
Appearance over.
And sure enough, like 10 minutes later, somebody comes walking out, and they look at the side of their car, and it's got a big dent in it, and I didn't fess up to it.
All right. How many years ago?
You're 15, 16.
You're an adult man.
I know.
Wow.
Here I am.
Oh my
I'm confessing it right now.
Now,
that was not cool.
Don't say. But do you remember what kind of car or what color it was or anything like that? Okay.
I have no idea.
Okay.
But it was, I remember them looking down and them looking around, and here I...
People do that all the time.
Hands in my pocket.
Didn't we have a potato gun at one event? And we had it. It was like
We
on a
almost killed
mortar,
people.
and we shot it into the parking lot. And didn't we hit a car?
Nope, that never happened. Nope, I think there was another
You
show. I
come
think
to
it was
any of our
Barsky.
events, park far away.
I regret it. I wouldn't mind making good on that.
Well, listen,
not really.
What are you going to buy him a
Thanks
new
for
car
listening.
15
I
years
heard what
later?
you said, you son of a bitch. I spent years trying to figure out how that happened. I thought it was my fault.
Yeah, what would you guys say would be like a movie
Star
theme
Wars?
or score? Yes, Casey, it's number one.
Sorry, I didn't
That's
mean
o-
to-
no, it's all right.
No, you were asked.
That got 24% of the votes. Almost a quarter of people surveyed cited that as the most memorable.
What percentage are John Williams scores at the top?
Yeah, it's probably Star Wars, Indiana Jones.
Nope, it's just the one.
Oh.
So because after that is
007.
Nope, 7. Okay, so I got nothing but messed up stories for you guys. So I'm looking at these and I'm trying to arrange them.
Just go for it.
In a way.
Tear the
that
Band-Aid off.
Is going to lighten it up, but let's just do this.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, I will ease into it. All right, so it's brought to you by A.D. Moyer, trusted expert since 1939. A.D. Moyer Lumber is your professional source from decks, windows, doors, kitchens, millwork, and more. Visit them on the web at admoyer.com. You guys probably saw this on the news, but I'll pass it along. A high school basketball coach has been fired after he was caught on camera pulling the ponytail of one of his players following a game.
Can't do that.
The incident involved Northville girls basketball coach Jim Zullo and player Haley Monroe. And it was captured during the basketball final at Hudson Valley Community College. The video shows Zullo pulling Monroe's hair after the Falcons' loss to LaFargerville, and Monroe, a senior on the program, and a senior and the program's all-time leading scorer.
Yeah, so you're tugging on her ponytail.
Had fouled out of the game. After the incident, a teammate is seen stepping between Zullo and Monroe before the camera cuts away. Shortly after the incident, the district released a letter to the school community. They said the school district is aware and deeply disturbed by the conduct of the coach. We hold our coaches to the highest standards. This behavior is completely unacceptable.
It's not a ponytail. It's a discipline loop.
The individual will no longer be coaching there. So they fired him. So
yeah, it's as clear as can be on video, too.
Yep. All right. Here we go. We'll start with messed up story number one. A teacher from Indiana is facing a series of child sex abuse charges, and she allegedly had a very specific sexual scenario that she asked the children to act out using replicas of the killer's mask from the Scream movie franchise.
Yeah, that's what turned her on, apparently.
Brittany Fortenberry, a 31-year-old former teacher at Eminence High School, is facing a slew of charges for allegedly abusing multiple children that she met at 2 different schools last year. A 13-year-old, whose name has been redacted in the document, told police officer Fortenberry picked him up and to his friends and brought them hundreds of dollars worth of clothes before taking them back to her house. The boy said he believes that Fortenberry called the kids' parents to see if they could stay the night before giving them a dose of magic mushrooms and asking if they wanted to, quote, gangbang her. And by the way, I'll explain how they ended up letting them spend the night. So they accepted, and they said Brittany had one condition. The kids wear Scream masks during the interlude.
Can you believe that?
The affidavit also includes their other sworn statements detailing abuse, including a 14-year-old to told investigators he believes Fortenberry may have drugged him on one occasion. Worth noting, several individuals say that Brittany befriended their parents and has a son their age. So there were more ties between them than the average teacher-student relationship.
So they thought there was a more friendly basis that they were dealing with. Okay, so that seemed kind of weird for any parent to go, sure.
Right. So Fortenberry...
You want me to send his Scream mask along with him?
Fortenberry is currently being held in the Morgan County Jail. But that's messed up. All right, well... I did find some things to put in between here, so here's a lighter story.
Okay.
In Naples, Italy, tourists are being warned about a potentially lethal mouse problem. Specifically, a street performer dressed as Mickey Mouse has been threatening tourists with a knife after posing for photos and demanding payment.
I'm gonna kill you!
One mother shared on social media that she was relieved to have escaped with her daughter after taking a picture with Mickey with the knife. A local member of parliament, Francesco Emilio Borelli, has reported the individual to the police,
That'll be 100,000 liras, bitch.
emphasizing that the need to protect Naples' image and ensure the safety of both residents and visitors. Authorities are now seeking the impersonator that's operating in the popular tourist area.
Sounds like their version of the drunken, pissed off Elmo in Central Park.
Exactly. All right, here's another messed up one for you. McKean County District Attorney Stephanie Vettenberg Schaefer reports that following a 2-day jury trial at the McKean County Courthouse, Donna Simmons, 67 years old, was convicted of sex crimes against an unconscious male victim at a 4th of July party.
Man.
The trial concludes the investigation that began after the defendant was charged with performing oral on an unconscious young male at a residence. The male victim and other witnesses, including preteens who witnessed the event, testified at the jury trial that the male victim was intoxicated.
Damn it, I don't have my Freddy Krueger mask.
And passed out. One of the witnesses recorded the event, which showed Simmons performing on the young male while he laid unconscious and barely moving. The video also captions Simmons making sexually explicit statements to the young people who were present. The defendant was asked to leave the property, only to return early the next morning. She then learned that one of them had taken a video the night before, and she demanded the video be deleted while threatening to kill the victim and holding a knife in her hand.
What do you say to that?
So Simmons was convicted of rape of an unconscious victim.
Yes.
She was found guilty of furnishing alcohol to minors as well, but did that while he was passed out. 67 years old today. These are teenagers. So, man. All right, and then we'll do one more story, and we will wrap it up.
Was that the sorbet, by the way, or that was?
No, those were the it just dives into a
it's a horrible
sexual relationship.
But it's
with
the truth, and it
younger
is
people.
bizarre.
All right, and the last one, a bag containing dismembered body parts was found in a flower bed on a promenade in Osaka, Japan.
Lucky.
According to police, passerby saw a green bag with its top open on the promenade along the Dojima River.
Take one.
He called the police and said something that looked like part of a body was sticking out of the top of the bag. Police said the bag contained human skin tissue, parts of a rib, and about 10 pieces of flesh and 20 bone fragments.
So is that a package deal?
Yeah. An autopsy, it's like a bucket from
I know, yeah.
Kentucky
That's
Fried
what I'm
Chicken. An autopsy
and rolls
showed the remains were that of a man, but his age is unknown, and the cause and time of death have not been disclosed as of yet.
Clearly suicide.
Police said that they are examining security footage in the area and try to determine who left the bag on the promenade. And there you go.
Those are some heavy stories, man.
That is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, we have a guest who is in the studio. He's been here before to promote this event. It is the 3rd annual Philadelphia Hot Sauce Festival.
It's a big thing.
And it is going to be taking place March 29th through the 30th. So we would like to welcome our friend Kyle Sipe. Cast Iron Kyle.
Hey, guys.
is
Good
here.
morning.
How you doing, Kyle?
Good, guys. How's your skillets?
My skillet, I was just telling you off air. So Kyle deals in cast iron skillets, and he got me one a while back, and I was telling him I am for cooking steak on the stovetop.
That's it.
I'm a convert. I love it, man.
Good.
Thank
Good
you
to
very
hear.
much. Yeah. All right. So the Hot Sauce Festival, where is this going to be?
It's going to be, we're going back to Neshaminy Creek Brewing in Croydon, PA. That's this weekend. They're fantastic hosts. The layout of the brewery is just really conducive to a festival. Great people there. And we're going to be doing that 2 days this time.
Okay. 2 days. And there's how many different groups of hot sauces will be there?
We got 25 plus vendors. We actually got guys coming in from Florida this year, Tennessee this year. They saw how it went last year, and thanks to you guys, it was a big success. So we got brands from other states, and that's what it's all about: getting small businesses from everywhere.
Yeah, to
come to
participate, make it bigger.
Yes.
So Kyle is, and a few years ago, decided initially to a portion of the proceeds are going to be donated to Phil Buns. He knows that's near and dear to our heart, which is really cool. So at the Hot Sauce Festival, what do you guys do? What are people getting into?
So we lowered the ticket prices this year because everything's expensive. So we brought it down a couple bucks, $9, under $10. That $9 gets you. It's unlimited tasting. You can taste and try anything there. You could bring, some people bring chips or popcorn or whatever food they want to try on the hot sauce, and that's just unlimited. And you get to you get to watch all the different food challenges. We have people that eat like hot wings and like super hot pizza, and then we do these things called marshmallows from hell.
So you basically applying hot sauce to marshmallows?
Yeah, it's so there's a company called Hell's Kitchen Hot Sauce. They're from New York. He was tired of people coming up to him saying, "Hey, what's the hottest thing you have?" Completely like nixing his full lineup of sauces that he's worked his life to create.
Right.
So he's like, "All right, I create a tincture." And it's like, 3 million Scovilles. It's like biting a Reaper direct, and they just apply that to marshmallows. We see who can hang on.
Wow.
It's pretty cool to watch.
God.
It's insane. Like, you can't even, we have to wear gloves and masks to set that up.
I would imagine you get any of that near your eyes or whatever, you'd be
it's game
you're
over.
A goner.
Oh, it's game over.
Has anyone ever had, as you're handling all of this very volatile, we're talking the creme de la creme of hot sauces. Has anyone had an injury?
I got some on the side of my nose one time, and I almost had to go to the hospital. But other than that, we've had a couple guys. They need to wear gloves and stuff.
Kyle, what's your threshold, like Scoville wise? What do you stop at? You're not one of those that can handle a gazillion.
No, because I'm a food guy. I like cooking with it. You can't really cook a meal for your family with something that's got Carolina Reapers or Trinidad Scorpion. It's like, here, Mom, go to the hospital.
My uterus fell out.
Exactly. I'm more like a high habanero, low ghost kind of guy, because that's kind of where you can throw off flavors and textures and different things like that.
And I'm done at jalapeno. That's about as far as I can go.
Okay.
Jalapenos and serranos are about as deep as I want to go.
You do a lot with that, though.
I'm more of a flavor than heat guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And my go-to, I'm a Frank's guy.
Yes.
I don't even know what kind of peppers they use in Frank's Red Hot Sauce.
Commercial.
All right. Yeah. I love my commercial peppers.
Yeah, it's cool because the Hot Sauce Festival meets all those requirements for people. Like, you have the people that are the hotheads, and there are sauces that are made specifically for those super hot, crazy people. But a lot of it is very culinary based. I have to say that a lot of these companies, like White House Station, Sauce Co., my partner for the whole event, his son is the chef. He went to Johnson and Wales. He's a culinary
real deal.
mastermind.
So
a lot of them are.
The different hot sauces that are there for your tasting, are the vendors providing the appropriate food to have it with? Or is it, you said people bring their own food to taste it with? Would it be advised, or are they handing out, this is it, the way you should have it on?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
There are some brands that get super deep into it, and I think it's really special when somebody says, this is something I've created. Here's the best way to enjoy it. Like,
yes.
There's one of the brands, like I said, from Tennessee, he creates these hot chutneys. It's called Harmacy.
Yeah.
He has these recipe cards. Like, he's literally crafted recipes specific for what he makes and says, this is the best way to enjoy my product.
One of the things I've come to enjoy now, and it's not crazy spicy, is hot honey.
That's amazing. It's the next big thing.
Is that represented at the Hot Sauce Festival?
I'm seeing more and more brands doing it. We're actually going to have a complete hot honey company there that has like 15 different hot honeys.
Okay.
Tasted them at a winery in Hunterdon County, New Jersey. We got to get you on board with this, because this is I think that's the next big thing.
Okay.
Is it in fact honey with hot sauce?
It's just different spices, and it's infused. The guys just these guys are so laser focused on things. Like, I have trouble finding the same 2 shoes in the morning sometimes, but these guys are so dialed in with what they're doing. It's so cool to see.
Sounds great.
It's a fun world.
Tickets available at PhillySauceFest.com.
Yes.
That's the best place to get them?
Yep.
What about your Instagram page? Cast Iron Kyron? Cast Iron Kyron.
Cast Iron Kyron.
Cast Iron Cast, what did I say?
Cast Iron Kyron.
Cast Iron Kyron.
I'm Irish.
That's Cast Iron Kyron. He makes honey with hot sauce in it. It's the goddamnest thing I've ever said.
Cast Iron Kyle.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have information posted on there, too?
Yes, I do. One thing I wanted to say before I go, we have a balloon maker this year because we're trying to make it more family friendly. We want you to bring the kids. This dude, I've never seen anything like this. Like, if I had to make one of the things that he makes, it would take me a blueprint and a whole weekend and like a ton of broken it blew my mind. If you come for anything, check it out.
Make me a bicycle.
This guy Faraj, it's crazy.
What's his name?
Faraj. He just does blue. You tell him, I want a bird bot balloon, and he'll make a bird bot.
Is he a local guy?
Yeah, he's from Philly.
Yeah.
Faraj?
Yeah, it's cool. I'll put a story up on my Instagram.
we got to meet this
it's
guy.
It's super. It's nuts. It's like insane.
He's like, I'll do anything for you, Kyron.
I say a lot of words.
Great. Now I'm going to have to say that when I call. And I got trashed last time I was here because I didn't say hi to the YouTube guys. So YouTube.
Okay.
They got mad at Camp Out.
Yes, you're you're definitely active on our YouTube account and in that community. So
yeah, they got upset.
They're watching you right now. They're
they?
loving you. Yeah, absolutely.
I did ornament making, glass blowing at that brewery over the holidays. Yeah, it was great. And that brewery is great. The beer is good. They even have, if you're not even a beer drinker, they have some other stuff too.
Sweet stuff, salty, a little everything.
By the way, so there are two other competitions taking place: Hot Wing Eating Challenge on Saturday and a Spiked Pizza Eating Challenge. And those are both sponsored by, and I love the name of this, DEFCON Sauce.
That dude, talk about a guy that guy would dress up as like a mad scientist, go all over the country before hot sauce was a big thing. John Dilly was his name. He passed away from COVID, and his wife is carrying the torch and still having the sauces made the way he did it with the vision that he had for these hot sauce festivals. We incorporate that. Super cool company. Wow. Very cool.
All right, so the event is coming up March 29th and 30th this weekend. It's the third annual Philadelphia Hot Sauce Festival, and it will be at the Neshaminy Creek Brewing location. So details available at phillysaucefest.com or Cast Iron Kyle. I can't even say it again.
It's one of those mistakes that you can't even repeat the mistake.
Cast.
So my parents.
What did I say?
You said cast iron Kyrn.
Cast Isle Kyrn.
Cast Iron Kyrn.
All right, hot sauce. Get some. All right.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Kyle. Good to see you again, man. All right. All right, let's take a break, shall we? Come back in a moment, and we'll tee up our lesson question, our trash, our music news. We'll be right back. Fever.
Okay.
Bee Gees.
Yep, so Night Fever, Night Fever.
Stay alive, stay alive.
Or Staying Alive, I guess.
Stay alive.
You know what that needed?
And you can tell by the way I use my work, I'm a woman's man.
Dirty Dancing.
Dirty dancing.
13%.
But that's not a theme song. It's not like when the movie started, it was like, no, I had no. Like that's,
We're dirty dancing, dirty dancing.
By the way, I saw
He's right
that.
though. There's no dirty dancing theme.
No.
There are songs within Dirty Dancing that are songs.
By the way, I saw on a commercial the other day for some food product. They used Hungry Eyes from that soundtrack as well.
Yes.
Hungry Eyes.
What's that other? She's like the wind.
Hungry Eyes.
I mean, my favorite song from that movie is this one.
I love this.
Who's this hula hana of come on, I wanna hula back.
What were the hits from the soundtrack? You had that. You had the.
You had Hungry Eyes. You had Time in My Life. Those were the two biggies.
Right, and then
was,
She's Like the Wind.
She's Like the Wind was in that as well.
And that's Patrick Swayze singing that, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
They had so many hits that were already songs. And it was such a popular album that they made two of them.
What was the one? Hey, lover boy. Remember when they were
How do you call your lover boy?
lip syncing that one?
I simply say,
What was that?
I simply say, baby.
Oh, yeah.
My sweet baby.
Here you go. We have the list.
Do you remember the Dirty Dancing tour that happened?
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Be My Baby, Hungry Eyes, Stay. Oh, from the Zodiacs. Oh.
Is that?
Oh, won't you stay? Jesus Christ. And then it says yes. There were more songs in this.
What's yes?
I don't know. But it was by Mary Clayton. So
I was in 7th grade when that movie came out, and I remember kids on the bus listening to that record because it was so popular, and it was such a resurgence for that type of music, for that style of music, and for that age of music.
Well, really,
that they put out a second record.
The Big Chill was, I think
similar.
2 years prior to that, and that, I mean, that was an entire summer that I lived off of that soundtrack.
So we're looking at the track listing here for Dirty Dancing. Hey, baby. Hey, baby. Was that it?
No.
Different one?
I wanna know if you feel
Overload. Don't know that one. Off the title. I'm sure we know every single one of these songs. Love is Strange. I think that's the one, Kathy. Hey, lover boy.
Okay.
Why don't you come over here, little Hey, boy. My name is Man-Thing. Why don't you come over here and let's dance? Baby. I'm dirty dancing all over your face.
Just don't try not to move.
Don't move. This hurts.
Now do the lift.
We're filthy dancing. I'll lift you up.
Remember that remake?
A day after the season 13 finale of America's Got Talent, finalist Michael Ketterer was arrested for domestic violence.
Whoa.
Well, it shows the system works because he only came in 5th place.
Well, what did he do? Was he a singer or what?
He packed luggage.
No, I don't know. Michael Ketterer is
I
his
think he was
name,
a
and
singer.
I don't know what he did. We're looking at a picture of him with his arms open at a microphone, so that leads to believe that he may
did a
have
John
been
McCain impression.
a singer and impersonated John McCain. So those are the two things you can clearly get from this photograph here.
He's going to be playing a Vegas casino.
It's uncanny.
Yeah.
He just does John McCain and that's it?
Yeah.
What would it be like if John McCain sang the songbook of Air Supply?
A loving tribute to
one of our nation's heroes and the kings of soft rock.
I don't even have any air supply.
One of our nation's heroes. You probably do on
So
here.
lost without you.
I'm sorry. That
I knew you were right for leaving me so long.
Very specific talent.
It was the greatest John McCain Air Supply show I've ever seen.
And I'm bringing back my whole family. It's patriotic and it's romantic.
All right. So anyhow, I guess he was a singer and a John McCain impersonator. This is a student pilot,
Yes.
and I have not heard this yet.
Student pilot is soloing for the first time. So they've got their lessons,
Yep,
and now
she's-
they're going to take it up and fly it by themselves.
Yeah. So she spent many hours training.
Yes.
And ready for her solo flight. And
Upon takeoff, she's in flight, and they notice one of her wheels, its fixed wheels, has fallen off.
Okay.
The aircraft.
We have the audio of this, and I haven't heard it yet.
Maggie, this is John. How you doing?
I'm okay.
Okay, you're doing a great job flying the airplane. Keep doing what you're doing. We got plenty of time. You got plenty of fuel. We got plenty of daylight. So just try to relax. And you always heard me say go back to basics. So we're going to work the basics here as much as possible, okay? Keep everything as normal as you can.
All right.
Okay. Oh, my God. I'm
Wow.
getting choked up listening to this.
Seriously, I'm tearing up.
He's a calming voice, though. That's somebody I would want to speak to on the other end.
Yeah, beautiful job, Maggie. You got a whole bunch of people clapping for you up here.
She landed.
Great work. Thank you.
Good job, Maggie. Excellent job.
Oh, man. Oh, my God.
Wow.
I was nervous. Listen, I love flying in those small aircraft. It's really exciting.
It's awesome.
There's no way. And I have flown one. I told you my
terrifying.
wife's uncle let me fly over Sweden, and I held the, I took control of the plane for at least an hour by myself. He was right next to me and had controls as well. But the idea of landing or taking off or anything like that, no.
Here's what I would do, okay? What you did, I would have the Fisher-priced wheel.
Oh, just to pretend?
To sit there like Maggie does with the dry. And that's how I do it.
Oh, after I rode on the Avatar ride down in Disney World last year.
They gave you a pilot's
became a
license?
pilot?
No, but
He's
you
an
fly.
astronaut now.
All right, do me a favor. All right, I want you to calm down. It's like we've done many times on Pandora. All right? What's your name? Casey. Casey, okay. We're going to fly right by. You're going to see a whole bunch of floating boulders. You've seen it many times before. All right? All right? Is your ponytail attached to your bird of prey? It is? Okay.
We're going through the flying boulder field.
That's all it is. We're just floating boulders.
But after riding that ride,
Viewers of the American reality series The Bachelor are often told to buckle up for the most dramatic rose ceremony ever.
I love you.
But now the show's Vietnamese version has actually delivered on this. And I watched it.
Yeah?
And so it's the same. It's with this corny music. It's the hold. The difference is they're just speaking a different language. But it's is that I love you?
I don't know what I love you is in Vietnamese.
No, but I like the delivery. So in this clip that has gone viral now, a contestant vying for the heart of Bachelor, his name is Nguyen Quoc Trung.
I am Bachelor.
Shocks viewers when she confesses her love for another contestant.
Oh my God!
Ooh.
She's a lesbian.
So that's never happened before. So you've had, a girl fall in love with another contestant,
Sexy.
as opposed to The Bachelor. So
it's okay.
She tells.
It's all right.
She tells Trung in a video, "I went into this competition to find love." Her name is Min Thu. And she tearfully tells him, "But I've found love for myself, but it isn't you, it's someone else." Thu then walks over to contestant Truc Nhu.
Don't you do advertisements for that?
That's that's Truc You.
Oh, okay.
Sell them for less.
I'm like,
Sell
what?
for less, Jack. Del Toyota, man. No, not Truc You. Truck.
Tomorrow night on the Vietnamese Bachelor, Truck You.
Truc Nhu.
Jack, sell him for less.
Jack, sell him for less.
I love you. I'm not the Jack.
Truc Nhu.
Okay.
Who is holding a rose from Trung. And Thu asks Nhu, "Come home
What you
with
gonna
me."
do?
She says, "Come home with me, yeah?" Nhu then heads back to stand before Trung. She says, "I'm sorry. I really want to get to know you because you're someone who made me feel special, and I haven't felt that way in a long time."
I tell you what, the bachelorettes on this show are
they're gorgeous.
quite stunning.
Yeah, The Bachelor weighs in asking you, "If you decide this, would you feel regretful?" "This doesn't change my decision," he tells her.
Are you going to sell them for less?
"I'm not going to give this rose to anyone else." Truck.
Sell him for less.
Where's that voice coming from?
You only get one chance in this life, and you need to take it. Only you.
Who's Jack?
Not anyone else. I want to let you know that I think you'll have regret if you continue with what you're about to say.
Wow.
So the show's host chimes in, telling Truc Nhu,
Sell them for less.
Jack,
no.
sell him for less.
Says you have a connection with Trung that made him choose you. You should give yourself a chance. Don't pass it up. But Nhu seems to have made up her mind and gives him back.
You think of Bill Weston.
I need you to stop talking and listen to me.
Listen to me. It's 19 minutes after 10 o'clock on this Monday morning with the Preston and Steve show. We're about to pose a lesson question to you, and if you know the answer to it, you need to text the word Zoom to 39333. We're actually going to send you a little bit of extra information with that. Not only the link to join us, but the new text number, which we're going to start using on Wednesday full time. So 39333 is going to go away.
We're kind of laying the groundwork now to make sure everything comes off without a hitch, I'm sure.
Yep, it'll be 610-660-9333. You don't have to worry about that right now, but just text the word Zoom to 39333 and we'll send you the link and everything. And we're going to give away, and Nick, I don't have a question, so.
They're right here.
Where?
Right there.
Oh.
Oh, man.
No, that.
Put them right in front of you.
All right. Well, they were upside down and facing the other way.
Yeah.
All right. So anyway,
That's Casey's fault.
Brought to you by. No, not brought to you by. We're going to give away. Not Dead Yet. John Cleese and the Holy Grail at 50 on Sunday, October 19th at the Keswick Theater.
Oh,
How
wow,
awesome
man.
is that?
That's terrific.
That's right. Last time we talked to him, he was promoting the Not Dead Yet tour, so it must be that successful. He's coming back around. So. All right, I didn't get a chance to look at these. Let's see here.
That one.
What state is contained entirely within our general store?
It's amazing.
Let's see if you know the answer to that. What state is contained entirely in the general store where I am the proprietor? If you heard it earlier, then you need to text the word Zoom to 39333, and we will send you that link to join us via Zoom, and maybe you'll win. And we'll do the trash while you call in.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by United Tire and Service. You don't need to be Irish to score your own pot of gold at United Tire. You can buy a set of 4 new tires and choose your treasure: a free oil change, a free alignment, or the best road hazard coverage on the house. And don't drive alone. Drive United. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Khloe Kardashian admitting she has not had sex in years. Khloe says men are scared to get intimate with her, knowing that afterwards she's going to eat their head. Hey! Bridgerton star Renee Jean Page has returned to sexy period pieces, playing the lead in The Count of Monte Cristo. Page admits that after having no luck finding non-racy roles, he knew it was time to fire up that boner.
Oh my God.
And finally, Wicked director John M. Chu shutting down rumors about 3 big names considered to play Britney Spears in his film adaptation of her autobiography. Those names are Sabrina Carpenter, Millie Bobby Brown, and Michael Madsen.
Nice. All right, let me see where are we going to next. Yes, we're going to pose that question one more time to you and see if you indeed know the answer to this. What state is contained entirely within our general store, of which I am the proprietor? We are now going to go to William and check in and see if we get an answer. William, good morning to you.
Good morning. You can call me Bill, Preston.
It's what?
You can call him Bill.
I can call you Bill. Oh, Bill. It even says it on your shirt. Sorry there, Bill. Yeah. All right, Bill. So what state is contained entirely in the general store?
Arizona.
Arizona.
Yeah. It's amazing.
Hang on, Billy. We're going to give you a pair of tickets as MMR rocks the Not Dead Yet John Cleese and the Holy Grail at 50 on Sunday, October 19th at the Keswick Theater. Tickets go on sale this Friday. Go ahead. At 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster. For more information, you can go to WMMR.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
No way.
All right, it's brought to you by Worldwide Stereo. Is your yard ready to rock? Don't miss the Take It Outside Spring Showcase. It's coming up on April 5th. Info at worldwidestereo.com. Rockin' Backyards. I almost said rockin' backwards. Rockin' backwards.
Rockin' backwards, man.
1979. Oh, I need a nap. Okay. No sign, bro. It's Friday. In a wide-ranging interview with NME, Tobias Forge of Ghost casually dropped what could be a bombshell for some fans.
Are you ready for a bomb?
When talking about the explosive growth of the band, the website asked Forge if there were any plans to change things in the future, and he responded with, I think there might be an end to the storytelling because it's not productive to have this endless soap opera. The lore of the band, which is said to be the front for a satanic church, has been an integral part of the band's look and performances. Forge said if fans need the lore in order to like the band, then that element will probably be over quite soon. So he's going to change it up a little bit.
So we've talked about this. I'm not deeply entrenched in the Ghost lore and legend. I know how he presents the band. And we often comment that the music is not all the time congruent with that
imagery. Right.
So I don't think it'd be hard to disconnect from it.
Yeah. But I guess there's been, with these, the Papa Emeritus and all these other characters. I don't know.
Smurf.
I don't know them all either, Steve, but I guess maybe there's a semi-continuing theme that goes on through the whole thing.
Yeah, but the time you asked him, you were looking for deeper meaning in one of his songs of Rats.
It was called Rats. I'm like, so who are the rats? Are the is that society? Is it? He's like, no, it's
just rats, bozo.
The animals, the rats.
Bozo. Did you call him a bozo?
I was doing him. So
right.
Yeah.
You bozo.
Just rats, bozo.
Mm-hmm.
Bozo's he
I
clown.
wonder if they know who Bozo is over there.
They do not know. He's a clown. It's a big red hair.
Well, it's not done yet, but the 8th studio album from Shinedown is getting closer to completion. Lead singer Brent Smith said that it's about 85% done. This upcoming release follows their 2022 album Planet Zero. Even though it's not done, the band released 2 singles in January from the upcoming album, 365 and Dance Kid Dance. No word on how long that last 15% will take. No release date has been hinted at as of yet. Have a clip to play with this next one concerning Dorothy. It was a fantastic surprise for people in the audience last week in L.A. during her performance at Los Angeles' El Rey Theater on Friday night. Dorothy was joined on stage by Slash.
Yeah.
And they performed 3 songs together. The blues standard Key to the Highway, as well as Dorothy's originals Gifts from the Holy Ghost and Tombstone Town. And we have a little clip to play of them playing Tombstone Town right here. The two know each other very well. Slash had previously collaborated with Dorothy on the studio version of Tombstone Town, featured on her latest album, and she contributed vocals to Slash's rendition of Key to the Highway on his 2024 album, Orgy of the Damned. And, of course, we will see Dorothy at the MMRBQ. And, hey, who's to say that Slash might, you never know.
That is a good point.
He's in town. He could pop up on stage. We'll
I like
see
her
about that.
a lot. She's a veteran of the barbecue, and she killed it, when she did it before.
Absolutely. Case, do we have this other clip?
Yep, ready to go.
All right, so the founder of the band, the Standells, has passed away, Larry Tamblyn. And I'm not really familiar with the Standells.
I've
know
heard the
song.
name.
I know
Yeah.
the song "Dirty Water,"
Yeah.
which is, I guess, was their hit.
I need to hear it.
Let me play. I think this is the
This
same
should be
song.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's at Fenway. Every time the Sox win at Fenway,
They play it next.
every game. Yeah,
so they had a long-time feud with another band called the Sitdells.
Oh.
Instead of the Standells?
Yeah, and they never reconciled.
Yeah, they play Sweet Caroline, I think in the 7th inning stretch, and then anytime they ever win, they play that song that we just played.
Okay. And I really don't know much about the band or Larry, but I do know he passed away and was 82 years old, but that song carries on. He had to have been pretty damn proud of
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
That
And
they play that at the ball game.
I assume that came with residual,
Would hope so.
money for that.
Yeah. All right, 2 more quick things. The best-selling album of Dire Straits' career, Brothers in Arms, is getting a special 3-disc reissue to mark the 40th anniversary of the landmark album. The set will include the original album. This is not on that.
God,
No.
give Money
This
for
is
Nothing.
Money for Nothing, So Far Away, Walk of Life,
Yeah.
the hits that they had in the late 80s. And so the set will include the original album along with a previously unreleased live recording from the August 16th San Antonio stop of the band's 1985 world tour.
So
the issue comes out on May 16th if you want
If
that.
you want a great, there's a double live album of them in concert.
Yeah.
Of the band. It's the quintessential collection and live performance of their work. So it's a great sampler too. If you're not that familiar.
Any idea what time frame that came out in?
So
Was
this
it
would have been
90s?
I think after Telegraph Road. Yeah, 90s.
Okay. So look for this new one to come out, this reissue. It'll be hitting stores on May 16th. Hitting stores.
Maybe late 80s. Yeah.
All right. I guess because you get all your music online now, right? I mean,
Oh God,
so,
yeah, you can find all that. I love the soundtracks that he's done for Local Hero, and he also did the music for Princess Bride.
All right, and then one final story. We have a new MMRBQ ticket offer for you, friends. MMR 4-packs are available for a limited time. 4 tickets for $100 plus tax. And with tax, I think it comes out to like $105.
Oh,
that's I saw the break. I saw the breakdown of it. And
freaking amazing.
So if you get those tickets, keep in mind the first half of the show is all GA, and you can get a front and general admission, and as close as possible to the first 4 bands. And then afterwards, you go to your assigned seats. But it doesn't matter. Everything is going to be great. Alice in Chains, 3 Days Grace, Mammoth, Dorothy, to name a few. Return to Dust is playing, Dead Poets Society. Octane and Fat Mez and our side stage and live band karaoke, which, by the way, pretty soon.
Oh, yes.
We are going to be soliciting for auditions for our live band karaoke with Sidearm.
I saw Brian Quinn last night. He's going to play with Octane, and we were talking about the MM barbecue. He was at the Guppies going away party, and says they're excited about it.
That's great. Excellent. So if you want to get the tickets, they're on sale now via Ticketmaster. All the details, and for these 4-packs as well, is available at WMMR.com/MMBarbecue. How about you just pay for 4 tickets and you take some friends and that's a little gift to them?
I mean, you owe it to them after what you did to them.
You remember?
Yeah.
We won't talk about it here, but you know.
But we'll never forget.
And that is what I have in music news. We are taking our final break. We'll come back in a second, wrap up the program, get that first letter for the Word of the Week prize. So stay with us, please. You'll find somebody who really loves you, who understands you, who knows how to take care of you, who can look at you from afar and know how you're feeling. I'm sorry. And then the 2 women left together. But that's not how it ended.
Oh, really? What happened?
Truck New decided to return after...
I can never sell them flesh. My heart is broken. And I have no inventory at this time.
You know what else I noticed?
Ooh.
I noticed.
Just noticed more things.
I noticed that
Not just product renaming.
the Cold War
CW.
could have been a world war.
TCW.
But a cache of Soviet jokes that was compiled by CIA agents during the Cold War has been released among a cache of declassified documents.
Soviet jokes designed for what purpose?
It's hard to say because they mainly make fun of the Soviet Union. So all the jokes were told between Soviets, but picked up by CIA operatives before being relayed back to Washington. So,
do we believe that perhaps it were American operatives and spies to be armed with these jokes? It might be a way of sort of ingratiating themselves to, in other words, if you could tell a funny Soviet joke to another person.
They're not clear on what the purpose
or was
of this
it for their
I think it was just them.
Soviet review.
It was just part of the gigantic lists of stuff that they have at the CIA.
There's a lot of Yakov Smirnoff stuff here, right?
The list was addressed to the deputy director of the CIA, but is believed to have been circulated among senior White House officials. One joke featuring Ronald Reagan made it to the president's desk, and he found it so funny that he began to use it himself.
That's the goddamn funniest thing I've ever heard.
So here, you want to hear the joke?
Please tell me. Tell me, Mommy.
An American tells a Russian that the United States is so free that he can stand in front of the White House and yell, "To hell with Ronald Reagan." And the Russian replies, "That's nothing. I can stand in front of the Kremlin and yell, 'To hell with Ronald Reagan,' too."
I don't get it.
Oh, yeah!
Did you say penis? I must have missed it.
No.
You said it was a dirty joke.
No, I didn't say it was a dirty joke.
Oh, yes, you did. What?
No, I didn't say it was a dirty joke.
You said it was filthy.
I think the Alzheimer's is kicking in, Ronnie.
God damn it.
Yep.
Where are my jelly beans?
It is not known exactly why the CIA began doing this.
It wasn't filthy.
Though since there were no polls in Soviet Russia, it could have been a good way for agents to judge public mood towards politicians and the government.
Why did chicken cross road?
Why?
To escape the extreme starvation caused by Stalin.
One particular figure of fun was Mikhail Gorbachev.
Why do I have stain on head?
The last leader of the Soviet Union who worked to end the Cold War by reforming the USSR. While this made him popular overseas, he was often reviled at home, as revealed by this joke, which tells of a man waiting in line at a liquor store.
Tell the joke.
A worker standing at a liquor store line says, I have had enough. Save my place. I'm going to go shoot Gorbachev. 2 hours later, he returns to claim his place in line, and his friends asked, "Did you get him?" He said, "No, the line there was even longer than the line here."
That is a good one. It's very funny.
Another joke compares Gorbachev to...
You know, maybe we don't laugh at the same kind of jokes or something, but... you told me that Gorbachev line joke and it wasn't funny. But I have one for you. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Orange who?
Banana.
It is, I don't think you told that correctly.
Shut up.
Banana. banana. So Stalin.
I'm going home.
Stalin was also.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Stay in your seats or you'll all be shot. He's funny, yes? Knock, knock.
Who's there?
You will starve in gulag.
I'm here all Zavik.
I would say try veal, but there is no veal. Try cannibalism as we starve out all of the population in Siberia because of extreme poverty caused by Stalin. Thanks for coming. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
They murdered my wife.
That's sad.
Yeah, but if you think about it, she was nagging.
It's a way Homer.
Have you heard the banana joke?
Heard funny joke from Rocky. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Or two.
Banana.
Oh, God. Oh. These are CIA files.
Hey, I am having literally to hold stomach from pain of laughing.
Yes, exactly. Okay, I noticed that, and I figured we might have
Notice the Soviet humor.
Para-Olympian Danielle Umstead.
She's blind, right?
I don't know.
I believe she's a blind skier, Preston.
No, that's impossible.
That's what they said.
Shut up.
Check it out.
Okay,
Nick.
you got to look this up. Danielle, spelled Danelle, Umstead.
And I think, unless I miss my guess, she has no torso.
Oh, okay. Well, that might be it.
Just her head.
Everything
on
is
her
connected
hips?
with pipe cleaners.
A blind skier?
Is that what it says? Am I right?
Well, I don't know. Nick's looking it up. I'm just curious. Is there a Wikipedia page?
Oh, she's a deaf gurner.
She makes the ugly faces, but can't hear anybody
hear the
laughing. Oh, that's sad.
It's wrong.
Let's see what it says here. She is a skier and visually impaired.
Visually impaired.
She's full-blown blind.
Is she full-blown blind?
Well, I saw her, and on a small pair of skis next to her was a dog.
Oh. Left. Right. Left. 2 barks for left, 1 for right. Yeah.
That's not fair to
That
the dog.
is not fair to the dog.
No.
And
I mean, he's got to bark fast. You never know if they're right next to each other.
He also can't really tell you that he doesn't want to do this.
No, he's actually just being dragged along.
Just put him on skis.
I don't want to do this.
did we even say the words skiing?
Nick just said
you
it.
did?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
sorry,
Yeah.
I missed it. They may not be married, but Jennifer Gardner and Ben Affleck are still family, according to Ben's brother Casey. During an interview with E.T. on Saturday.
Are you still family?
No, entertainment television.
Do you all get together for the holidays?
What am I talking? What am I talking to here?
I'm E.T.
He walks in. He's like, "Are you serious? I have to do this."
Pulling himself up in the chair.
Thanks for talking with me.
Could you get my agent in here, please?
I'm talking to a turtle.
Yeah.
Not a turtle.
Turtle. Oh my God.
I want a goddamn Oscar.
It was during an interview with E.T.'s Kelty Knight.
Oh, okay.
Whoever that is. I left that part out and I just said E.T., all right? So it was at the Are you still family?
How much longer is he going to be in rehab?
He's holding up his finger. Oh my God.
E.T. could probably fix his addiction problem with his magic finger.
You're right.
His heart. Touch his heart.
Heart light.
Whole new human being.
New Ben, new Batman movie.
So stupid. It's so dumb. All right, TMZ reports that Davy Chase. Now, I looked her up, and it says she started the ring. She was Samara. She's the psycho.
Yes.
The scary girl.
The girl in the well.
And by the way, turns out she's gorgeous.
Yes, she is.
She was arrested, and she was arrested on a drug possession charge and spent some time behind bars. Yeah.
But she escaped through the television, didn't she?
She did. She managed to get
I
out
knew
of there
we were
through the
going that
TV.
way.
Red Hot Chili Peppers, 93.3 WMMR. It's everything that rocks. By the way, is the song. It is 10:41 a.m. on a Monday morning. The Preston and Steve Show. Kind of a drab day today.
It is.
Not going to see much sunlight. We did have some rain earlier this morning. That seems to have ceased in our area, but it's supposed to break open a little later on as we get into evening time, and then by tomorrow. Today's high only 55. Tomorrow, 61 is the high. It's kind of the best day of the week. Partly cloudy skies, and then Wednesday, high 53. Thursday, high 54. Low 60s on Friday. So.
Any chance of sun tonight?
No sun, but clearer skies.
Oh, all right.
So you will be seeing stars, which are little suns.
They are little suns.
Well, they're not little. They're just far away. In fact, most of them are way bigger than ours.
You know there was some Northern Lights spotting in North Pennsylvania over the weekend?
No, I did not.
Because Casey and Marissa and I were up there for the pond skim thing on Saturday, and somebody texted me that there was some stuff, the possibility of some activity. I didn't see any. It was mostly cloudy where we were, so I didn't see any, but I did go out and look.
I recall how cool that was?
Yeah.
When we had that, where all of us were seeing it, and it was just...
Insane.
It was just solid purple sky at night. It was so awesome.
Your back patio.
Can't wait to see that again sometime, man. I would like to thank Cast Iron Kyle.
There it is.
You did it.
Not Cast Iron for stopping in. The Hot Sauce Festival is coming up this weekend at Neshaminy Creek, and you can get tickets at PhillySauceFest.com. And a portion of the proceeds are going to go to Phil Abundance.
It's very wonderful.
And if you're into the hot sauce thing, then that is your place. Jason Fayon makes his own hot sauce.
He certainly does.
He should be involved in this.
It's actually barbecue sauce.
Oh, I thought it was hot. Okay, I thought he made both, but maybe it's just barbecue.
I don't think.
Okay.
He makes his dad was named Bill, and then he made a barbecue sauce his dad did when he was alive, and would just give it out. They still had the recipe after his dad died. They started making it and selling it, portion of it going to charity. And then they added a second hot sauce. It's called Bill's Best BBQ. They carry it in Whole Foods now, which is
That's excellent. Good for him.
Soon I'll be working for Jason.
Yeah.
Right.
And then he opened a brewery in Kensington, also called Bill's Best, right down the street from the Keswick Theater.
Not Kensington.
What did I say?
Glenside. You said you were thinking of the Keswick Theater, but it's in Glenside, right?
Right. Did I say Kensington?
Yeah, it's all right.
It's not in Kensington. It's near the Keswick Theater. Right. But it's Jason's done amazing things, and is on our show, on our air on Saturday mornings.
Yeah.
He survived producing for me, as did Nick.
Yeah.
And he regularly runs the board when we do live shows,
amazing.
so he's awesome at that.
By the way,
yeah.
When you guys played Lose Yourself from Rick Springfield, you finished the song, and then you had Bizarre File, and then you had the barbecue guy on, or the hot sauce guy on, and all I could do was sing Lose all through B-File, all through the interview, into the commercials, right until another song took its place.
Does it remind you of another? We're beating our heads against the wall trying to figure out what song it reminds us of.
I heard you say that. Every song I hear some other song in.
Yeah.
So I can't place that. I heard you mention that, but I don't know. But it's so damn catchy. I love that song.
Catchy tune, yeah.
I love that Chuck just found that out in the stratosphere and said, why not? Let's play it.
Yeah. So we were scheduled to have him on today, but they're going to reschedule it. He wasn't feeling well or something like that. So we're looking forward to talking to him. Should be cool. All right, letter of the day.
Yes.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
G as in Godsmack.
All right. And we will give away a VIP experience for a different band, Disturbed, Wednesday, April 2nd at the Wells Fargo Center, including a pair of premium tickets to the show, meet and greet and photo with the members of Disturbed, an autographed Disturbed merchandise item, a VIP laminate, and more. And it's courtesy of Q Prime. And Daughtry and Nothing More are also on that bill. So that's going to be a hell of a show. Tickets for it are on sale now via Ticketmaster. We'll give that away on Friday. It's a Monday. What you got going on, man?
Well, we got continuing our blocks of International Women's History Month. Lovely ladies. The lovely lady today is Pat Benatar, so we'll do a full block of her incredible music, which MMR played back in the day, like we play Hailstorm, now. She's just great. Also, the Cars for what would be Rick's birthday today and Block of the Offspring.
All right. Thank you, Pierre. And thank you to our sponsors, Preston and Steve Show, brought to you today by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and by Duncan. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Tomorrow on this program, it's Tuesday, so we'll give away a free tattoo to someone from Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. And we will also have, from Whose Line Is It Anyway, Colin Muckery joining us via Zoom, which would be cool.
At this point, he's a friend of the show.
He's great.
We got him on a lot.
Yep, that's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.